Yeah. What's going on? Live from now, Saskatchewan, Alaska. It's 8:30 a.m. where I'm at. I'm pretty sure the majority of the people that's watching us, it's I don't know what time is it there, Logic?
About 12:15, 12:20, something like that.
Yeah, so I'm
I'm on the East
literally
Coast.
fresh off breakfast in Alaska. Figured I'd go live. I'm going on the this is another tri-media moment, another brass moment. I actually get an opportunity to be joined by Logic today, so that's even better. To have these conversations, I figured I'd go live. I got about 3 hours, 3.5 hours, where I can speak my mind for a little bit, and then for the next 3 days, I'm doing the Deadliest catch tour in Saskatchewan, which is going to be very fun. A lot of people don't notice about me, but I'm a country boy. I'm a city. I grew up in the city, but I was country born. So nature has always been kind of like my peace for me. My how like some people stare off into the ocean and they just looking, but people that are actually like nature enthusiasts, when they look at the ocean, they see something different. You know what I mean? That's what I get. So I'm very excited to be out there. It's one of the things I was out. You ever watch the show Deadliest Catch? You ever watch that show?
Nah, matter of fact, I have seen a couple episodes, like when it first came out. Yeah,
Yeah.
I
The
did
the
watch it.
the premise of the show is that it's one of the most dangerous jobs, and it is that it's one of the most dangerous jobs that you could have. It's one of the most dangerous jobs in the world. It's not safe, and people didn't really believe it. But for these crabs that everybody go crazy for, um, they in order for it to be caught, it gets crazy out there on them high seas, the choppy waters, catching these crab pots. So I'm gonna have fun. I'm gonna definitely have fun. It's not gonna be probably exactly how they have it, but it's gonna be similar to probably like a novice level. But I'm gonna have fun either way. Me and my brothers are doing it. My wife was gonna come, but she's not gonna come out on it. They told me my son missed the cutoff by a year. I tried to cheat, but you gotta like supply birth certificates and all of that. That's what really scared me. They wanted all information, identifiable tattoos. I don't know if they was trying to scare me. I don't know if they tried to scare me when they were saying that, but they wanted your identifiable tattoos and all kind of wild mess. So,
Yeah,
it gets
it
wild.
definitely sounds like one of those processes where they make it very clear that everybody don't get to come home when they go out there for sure.
Exactly. Well, they said they haven't had any deaths, but they've had a few casualties. So they got to be very careful. But anything you want to share before we pop this off? We get ready. We get ready to
We
get down.
we had a very interesting conversation last night
Okay.
on
Who is
YouTube.
we? Who is we?
It was
Who is
it
we?
was it was me, it was Kent, it was Sosa, it was Chill. I think it was Gideon and somebody else. We were all having a deep conversation about images and negative images and negative stereotypes and racial tropes and we were talking about how outrageous this new cartoon is about the new um, the new dang, what's the show called, man? Good
Good. So you
Times,
talking about
right?
the Good Time Show?
The
Okay.
new Good Times show, right? And
Okay.
there were a couple people on the panel that were expressing, their outrage about how negative the imagery all is of the black family and how how ignorant and terrible representations the characters are of actual black people. And
Mm-hmm.
I think that to some degree they have some points, but I also think to some degree they're being a little hypocritical. And
Now be
I think
specific. Be specific before you get too far. So because a lot of times people think that the whole world is talking about what they talking about, and they're not.
mhm.
So
Okay.
what is the Good Times controversy?
So the Good Times cartoon is like a very over dramatic, how would you say, like outlook on project life, right? Like
Okay.
they basically have this family from the projects, and they include all of these racial tropes about how dirty the house is, how how ignorant the mother is, and how how the baby is into violence and gang banging and drug dealing, and so it's a definitely a bad representation of black people as a whole. And I could see if you were to make the argument that it pokes fun at our culture, and definitely shines a light on just pure negativity that goes on in some people's everyday experiences. You'd be correct. I couldn't disagree with that. So where I started to disagree with them is, well, if that is your point and that's what outrages you, then what's the difference between that and a comedian or a rapper who basically do the exact same thing? Why would you share the same outrage about somebody shining the light on some of these negative aspects that we willingly go to the store and purchase? You know what I'm saying? We willingly seek these opportunities out to be entertained by this type of stuff,
But
right?
like what? Hold on. Pardon me. Point of information. So like
Hmm.
what are some other things that so you're saying, because I tried to watch a bit of the PK show. The time difference is throwing me off.
Hmm.
Um and I tried to catch as much of it as I could. But like, it's just different. So I was listening, but I wasn't listening. I'm trying to
Hmm.
enjoy these last few days of vacation. And what I was trying to figure out was what was the actual argument? Like what were you saying that was not taken well, per se?
What I was saying is that I was calling it fake outrage, right? I was saying that you are drawing this hard line because, but we experience and support other forms of the exact same thing, whether it
Okay.
be in our music or our comedians. These people make a living about talking about some of their experiences and being a little bit more, um, what's the word, embellishing on it and making it even worse than what it is, but for the purpose of entertainment. And the argument boiled down to like, well, I wouldn't consider that racist, so I can't have the same outrage about it, right? Whereas, to from what I'm hearing, what you're not necessarily outraged about the racist aspects. You're outraged because of the potential effects that it could have on our policies or our other endeavors in real life, right? So when you try to make this connection, and if that's actually what you're outraged about, then you should have no problem lumping all of that into, it's all bad images and it all could be potentially bad for us. And if you're going to have this enthusiasm about boycotting or attempting to shut down this one specific thing over here, well, then it should be over there too. That makes perfect sense. So to play some type of semantic argument about, oh, it's not as bad because of XYZ, I kind of threw out there the curveball of making it kind of funny and saying, well, the only real difference is that the main character isn't a white person, but it's really the same thing. So you're cool with the negative imaging as long as black people are doing it, but when other people do it now, it's magnified in some other huge type of capacity, and I think it's all the same.
Right. Okay. I mean, I understand. I understand where y'all going. I think um the challenge for me in that discussion will always be um and I'll let DQ get in. DQ, baby, what's going on, G? Live from the Pink
Man,
Palace.
man, I'm good, man. I'm good. Just tapping in, checking in. Yeah, this subject is I really like it because there's been plenty of issues over these past couple of years that I feel like should have actually pushed the line. But we're being selective about our outrage and we want to take it out, you know, specifically on this. TV show, saying this will have an irreparable damage on the black community, then I feel like there's other topics that we could have focused on instead of this first.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I always and I'm gonna start sharing my screen in a second. We just rocking now. And share the link, like and subscribe, all of that good stuff. Shout out to Hits in the building. Shout out to Smalls. Smalls, I want to say something to you, and I want to say it publicly. You're one of my favorite people that I've met on the internet. Humble, willing to learn, willing to listen. I've read a lot of the not all of them, but I read some of the messages and stuff that you sent me over the past few weeks and months and things like that. And I appreciate all of that, bro. I truly do. So I just want to give you flowers publicly. And even though you may never actually mod, I'm gonna make you a mod, bro. Because you're the type of person that's at least genuine. There's not, and I appreciate that stuff for now. And thank you. My issue with outrage is always and has always been we're not, our ancestors didn't necessarily choose this for us. And I say that kind of going off into the topic of the other show that I have that I'm going to create. I'm going to be creating a show about we are still slaves. The question is, are we still slaves? But I believe that we are, and it's going to go into that. And this is a line that you'll hear in that show. I'm gonna have a few conversations on it, then put out a recorded show so people know where I stand. And one of the things that in my research for that show, one of the things I saw immediately is that one of the biggest challenges that Black people face, probably the biggest challenge, is, history is supposed to be a representation of past events, an explanation almost. And in history, other people's, I'll say white people's history is a history that they chose for themselves. We didn't necessarily choose what we're doing, but we got to deal with that. So you'll get the actual wording of it when I do the show. And one of the things I know of is that if I was to sit here and get mad about every single thing that people do, you would be walking around in a state of pure anger constantly. So the actual statement is that if you're white, you're the product that your ancestors chose. You're the product of your ancestors' choices. That's the word. If you're white, you're the product of your ancestors' choices. If you're Black, you're the product of the choices not made. We didn't make these choices. We didn't ask to be in the United States. We were brought here. We weren't asked to be put in slavery. We were put in slavery. As much rights as they give is as much rights as they take away. And when I say they, I mean the government, legislation. I don't mean necessarily just white people, because there's a lot of Black people on those things too. When people were talking about those crime bills, and this kind of leaks, some of my commentary will leak into the conversations. I've been studying it a lot. But those crime bills, those were signed by mayors all across the United States, not white, not just white, not just white, Black, Latino, white, Asian. We sometimes are our own worst enemies. When our children get locked up unfairly, and they get prosecuted unfairly, we're the ones that don't go visit them. We're the ones that just choose to say, yeah, they're just away. So you have to really choose your battles, like Hits is saying. I'm not about to spend the life that I have. Life is finite, it's not infinite. So I'm not about to spend the life that I have, the little bit of time that I got on this earth, just being upset about a whole bunch of stuff I cannot control. You ever heard that statement, Logic? Don't worry about anything, but definitely don't worry about stuff that's outside of your control, or you'll be worried about everything.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. It absolutely makes perfect sense.
So my outrage, my fake outrage. Go ahead, Cook.
No, I mean, I was gonna be real quick, but like it points to what DQ was saying, And the points to that show that we actually did, I just think we got much more relevant and things that are important for us to be outraged about rather than this cartoon. But go ahead. I was gonna make it quick.
So, what I say is no, and I don't want you to make it quick. See, that's the one thing that I want. That's another thing. I'll make that statement. We're gonna be doing some business together. I'm not gonna let you cook all day long like you cooking for catering. But on top of that, I want to hear your full thoughts because a lot of times, and I'm a victim of it and a victimizer of cutting people off because I've heard everything that I need to hear, so I move forward. And I'm wrong for that sometimes, but I also realize that I'm not a sole conspirator. So I also know that other people sometimes you don't get a chance to get your thoughts off. So you have full range before I start cooking into because this next conversation gonna get spicy. So you have full range to talk all about it as much as you want. I'm about to share my screen and start doing my searching thing. So go
No, I
ahead.
mean, I definitely appreciate the leeway. I just think we could beat that horse up. I mean, pause. Wow, we could beat it up. That ain't no better. But we could keep going. We could
Just
keep
go
going
ahead,
on
bro.
and on about that, right? And it is not. I just feel like there's no end to it, right? I think the bottom line of what we could all agree on is that maybe we all need to work a little harder on creating those positive images, but we certainly can't. We can't get hung up on trying to, like you say, fight every battle. That'd be far too tedious and frankly unproductive. If you ask me, you know what I'm saying? Everything isn't worth fighting. Everything can't be personal enough to offend you. They're gonna be people out there with different views and even different senses of humor, right? Like you don't have to associate yourself with everything. You know what I'm saying? And definitely all it's not worth fighting for sure.
So um I was looking at a can you see my screen right now?
Yeah.
Hold on. I was looking at me and Hits was talking earlier, and shout out to Hits. And he was telling me about this website where you can literally see all of the things that people are furious about. Like you can, are furious enough to boycott about. So they have actual lists. It's called the Ethical Consumer. Shout out to them. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna bookmark this because we'll be having this discussion probably more than once. And what this site will show you is everything in I don't know, is this the world or is this the United States? That are boycotts that are going on right now. So there's this company, Human Rights, Ahava. The boycott started in 2009 because of skincare. Airbnb. Okay, so Airbnb is being boycotted right now for some strange reason. Um, Let me see. What did they do? According to BDS National Committee, Airbnb, Netherlands, and Expedia all offer rentals in legal Israeli settlements built on stone. I'm sorry. I apologize, bro. I don't mean to laugh, but see, this is what I mean about, and this is fake outrage, bro. Am I wrong? This is fake outrage. This is fake outrage. This is called by the BDS National Committee. It started in 2016, and the boycott is offer rentals in illegal Israeli settlements built on stolen Palestinian land. Now, I don't want to be a jerk. Maybe this is very important to them. But if I'm not mistaken, Israel and Palestine are literally, they've been locked in a war since middle of October. I wouldn't even call it a war. It's almost a genocide at this point. And this is what they got to talk about? Literally? What you think on that?
Yeah, I get exactly your point, right? Like they should have much bigger fights to be fighting rather than this small little thing over here that's insignificant compared to the genocide that's actually going on. Israel and
Like, put
Palestine is a much deeper problem than some Airbnbs in this specific location.
yeah, like use your time. Use your time. Use your time. You have all of the time in the world. Well, you don't have all the time in the world, but I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let's see what Amazon did. This started in 2024. So this is called, who is this BDS National Committee? They are upset. So let's see who they are. Oh, okay. So that's kind of like, so freedom, justice, equality. Let's see, what is BDS? BDS is Boycott, Divestment, Sanctions. It's a Palestinian-led movement for freedom, justice, and equality. Okay. 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 Entitled to the same rights as the rest of humanity. Now, I want to say something. I fully agree. But this is what I mean by, so let me ask you a question. Right now, since 2016, this boycott against Airbnb, you think that's the where would you rate Airbnb having illegal rentals? Where would you rate that on the level of importance for Palestine right now?
Absolute zero. That's not going to save no lives. It's certainly not going to tip the scales in any sort of like at all. It like if that's where you decided we're gonna dump our resources into that problem, you'd be mismanaging your time, your money, and efforts for sure. Every dime of it.
So now we know what BDS is. Okay. So now, see, I like to, one thing I like about sharing the screen, you ever seen people when they doing their shows, they share the screen and they don't ever click the links that you want to see? So it's like it's always the beauty of, I like to go back for, to go back and see. So they are boycotting. All right, this is somebody else. So ethical consumer. They're boycotting Amazon for what? Okay. Ethical consumers call for a boycott of Amazon over its outrageous tax avoidance since 2012. Tax isn't the only reason for the boycott call. Amazon's poor record when it comes to workers' rights. Okay, I can understand that. In September 2021, Amazon has a market value of 1.5 trillion. Released its tax figures for the previous year. Its key arm in the UK, Amazon UK service, paid just 3.8 million more. Despite sales rising, profits increased by 128 million. So you're upset because they're paying taxes. I mean, because they're paying not a lot of taxes on something. I don't know. Learn how to not pay taxes. It's a good skill. Or learn how to pay less taxes. It's a good skill. I wanted to show you something on. I wanted to show you something about the Good Times show. On the Good Times show, they've had boycotts before. Like they had issues before. Esther Roll, she took a stand. She left Good Times. Good Times, a TV show that ran on CBS from 74 to 79, lauded for being the first show on U.S. television to depict a Black nuclear family. But like many such initial endeavors, a great deal of behind-the-scenes controversy attended the show, and it came to a head in the spring of 77 when Esther, she wanted to leave. So let's see why she wanted to leave. That's telling her story. Why did she want to leave, though? Okay, so Esther Roll's character was so popular that less than 18 months after the first episode, Roll was given a spinoff. Okay, so what is Maud? I need somebody old in the chat. I need somebody old, period, to let me know. Who is Maud? You know who Maud is? What Maud is? Roll was given a spinoff of her own, Good Times. Premiering on February 8th, 1974, it was the first American TV show to be a spinoff of a spinoff. Okay, that's good trivia. And the first to portray a Black family of the type that in its white incarnations had been dominating sitcoms since the 50s. Okay, let's get. Why did she boycott though? Okay. Most immediately, problems arose. The actors couldn't help but notice that while the cast was almost all black, the writers of the show were nearly all white. Amos put it in an interview with Dude. Idea of what a black family would be and a black father would be was totally different from mine, and mine was steeped in reality. Okay. Yeah, Dynamite. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Okay, so Amos and Roll, who both had activist inclinations of their own, were displeased by the turn the show was taking. As Roll put in a 1975 interview with Ebony, he's 18 and he doesn't work. He can't read and write. He couldn't read or write? Did you, Logic, did you watch this? I don't know how old you are, but did you watch this? Man, I need hits. Did you watch this show?
I'm a year younger than you.
I never watched the show, but
never even
so
heard
he
of
couldn't read. He couldn't read and write. Okay, so he can't read or write. He doesn't think. The show didn't start out to be that. I resent the imagery that says to black kids that you can make it by standing on the corner saying dynamite. So they have fierce disagreements. Oh, whoa, wait a minute. Fierce disagreements among actors and producers over the difference between the show's initial socially conscious premise and the new direction it was taking led to Amos being fired from the show after the third season. The writers handled it by having James Evans die in an automobile accident while visiting the South, leaving Florida a widow. A year later, in March 77, Role 2 left the show that had been created for her. They handled this departure by having her meet and marry a man named Carl Dixon and move to Arizona. They were already sliding at this point. Even the addition of Janet Jackson was in this show? Hold on, man.
She was a kid.
Yeah, she was a little girl. I remember that.
She was a kid. Yeah, I remember that part.
Y'all watch this show?
No, just older people. I was raised by my older folks. So, you know, they might have it on sometime when I would go over there.
Okay. Hey, do me a favor, DQ. In the background, can you put all of the media from the drive that we need to play? Can you do that? Add that to them video things, please.
Yeah. Let me see where I get you going. Just a second.
Okay. In a desperate bid to shore up the show's popularity, the producer convinced her to come back, but the damage had been done, and the sixth season was to be the last. So wait a minute. Okay, I got a problem. I got a challenge. I don't like to use the word problem. I got a challenge. I have a real challenge. Let me stop sharing my screen for a second. So we arguing about a show that wasn't even as positive as everybody played it off. This show wasn't this show. So I mean, hold on. I mean, I wish I had somebody to correct me because I'm just talking. But so was the show positive or was it not? Because it seemed like the people on the show didn't even think it was positive.
I kind of get what you're saying. I got limited experiences with it. I do know that JJ having bad grades was definitely one of the shows. It's one of like the jokes on the show.
Point of order. Bad grades and can't read and write is two different things.
You got yeah.
He couldn't read or write. So forget he had no grades. There were no grades, bro. There were no grades. No grades at all. He's saying he can't hear us. Hold on. Let's see. Oh yeah, the audio guy. See, it's the audio guy.
That was him.
The audio guy messed up his whole thing, man. Throwing us off. But so wait a minute. So they're throwing a fit behind a show saying that we got to be positive about this. They're mad that this isn't positive about it, but when in all actuality, the original show wasn't what it was supposed to be. Am I bugging DQ or what?
No, that's exactly right. But I'm pretty sure people are not privy to that information.
But didn't they watch the show? Like there was some old niggas on the
Yeah, they watched the show, but
discussing it last night.
They watch the show, but I'm pretty sure, like I say, they watch the show. They don't understand what went into making the show. We're talking about what went into making the show right now, which
Right.
explains why the show was depicted the way it was.
Yeah, this almost makes the new show make sense.
Hmm.
Not for nothing. If you got a kid that don't read and write, that can't read and write, and then you got people complaining about it, that it was supposed to be kind of a socially conscious show, and then you turn around and say, well, it's supposed to be a socially conscious show, but you got a kid that can't read or write, and then now you kill off the husband because he ain't with it. You marry off the wife, the mother, because she ain't with it. You add Janet Jackson, but by then the people ain't interested. And then you bring her back, but that can't save it. It sounds like there was already a problem. It sounds like there was already a problem. These shows are episode based, some episodes positive and some not. So yeah, I did a little research yesterday, Hits. There was an episode where like it was a little wild. They had some touchy stuff. So what do y'all think about that? So you think we should still have outrage about it? Or well, even the people that have the fake outrage, you think that can you kind of understand why they made the cartoon the way they made it or no?
I
Either way,
always,
I don't know.
I know I was about to say if, period, I understand like when rights of any type thing gets bought by a new company, they're going to add their twist on it. They're going to look at what's trending online. Let's try to coincide this with this. What's the trending popular music right now? What's the trending things in society? Let's try to coincide this in a cartoon. So just with how I know 2024 is and how the trajectory of entertainment and the way that we receive these type animations now, I can see it going this way. We can have outrage, but like I said, it's selective outrage. There's some other stuff we can focus on that's more important. But I feel this is just low hanging fruit because every black family in America has Netflix. So I feel like it's just a low hanging fruit argument that people can attach themselves to. Not trying to take away from the credibility of it, but it's just like you're trying to save the cat in the tree, but it's a burning building behind it.
Mm, bars. Bars. What you think, Logic?
That was actually incredibly well said. I like in the imagery from saving the cat in the tree with the burning building behind it captures it perfectly. Really, we really got bigger fish to fry in this,
Mm-hmm.
in this whole thing right here. I had the initial opinion about the name of the show because my perception of which I know little about the original Good Times is that it was supposed to be a little bit more wholesome. But how you describing it, that might not be 100% true, right? They might have had some tropes in that show too that we could potentially be outraged about if we wanted to be. But it's like man, it's just misplaced energy, man. We could be benefiting from galvanizing on much bigger points than that show. But yeah, I mean, it sounds to back to your point though. It sounds like they almost not too far off. The embellishment and their new twist on it, yeah, but it kind of is a little closer to in line with the original show than I might admit.
Yeah, if he can't read or write, if he can't read or write, then I don't know. How do you I would be very mad if this supposed to be a conscious, I guess somewhat socially semi-conscious so, but then you're gonna sit up there and make it like a non-reading and like he can't read or write? What's that about? Like if you can't if you're gonna do that, then I got a problem with that. I got a real problem with that because I and then you killing people off. I don't know. I don't know. But once again, like I said, is the US us? The US is not us. So when we keep getting all upset and we keep getting all furious, there's another point I wanted to point out. I hope they understand that the majority of this cast, if not the entire cast, is black. So are you gonna boycott JB Smooth? Are you gonna boycott, who is this lady? Yvette Nicole Brown, Jay Farrow, this is the girl I was talking about. They love her. Matter of fact, she won awards for this show, I think. The Blackening. Because I don't watch a lot of TV, but isn't The Blackening like a spinoff of Blackish or something like that? Or am I tripping? Is it in that universe? No?
I got no idea. Can you help me on that?
But look at my man right here, Black Jesus, Slink Johnson. He plays the baby. Then it must be hilarious because he's very hilarious. Yeah, Blackish. Look. Marsai Martin plays Beverly and Reggie Evans' activist daughter, Gray Evans. Martin, who is best known for her role as Diane Johnson on ABC's hit family sitcom Blackish, became the youngest Hollywood executive producer when she produced and starred in her 2019 film Little. She won awards for being who she is. We're gonna boycott. So we gotta boycott all these people too. Slink Johnson, you gotta boycott all these people. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing
It would seem appropriate if the outrage is appropriate.
But I don't think it's appropriate. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't think.
Yeah,
I just think it's weird for all the things in the world that's wrong. If you want to go down that route, for all the things in the world that's wrong, we're gonna start with Netflix and a damn TV show. I don't know. Sometimes I'll be having to rationalize myself to understand whether I'm losing my mind or not. And I don't think I'm wrong on this. What say y'all?
I feel like it's just an amalgamation of displaced aggression,
Beautiful
selective outrage, cognitive dissonance, all of it, bro. It's just all in a big old pot. Like we just want to choose what we want to be mad at, and we want to reignite a flame that we might be mad about for a long time, but we want to release it at a certain time period when everybody else does, like a mob mentality type thing. But like I said, even a mob can be wrong.
Can you put that in a banner? Have you ever marched on anything? Either one of y'all? Have y'all ever boycotted anything?
Yes, sir.
What'd you boycott?
The Occupy Banks movement a long time ago. I was part of that. I was part of the Dallas March for the George Floyd. There was another one I did in Abilene. It was for some equality rights that was in Abilene back in Taylor County back when I was in college. But yeah, I've been a part of some three official major protests before.
What about you, Logic? Or hold on Logic. Before we go to you, have you ever do you boycott anything currently? Like when Kaepernick was kneeling, was that like a thing? Did you? Well, no. You're a 49ers fan. I'm asking the wrong person.
No, that ain't me. That's also that's a 49ers.
No, I'm talking about Logic. I'm talking about Logic.
Yeah,
I'm talking about DQ. No, stop.
You're talking about me. I'm not a fan.
Yeah, I was talking about DQ. Have you okay, so either one of y'all, have you ever boycotted anything, or are you currently boycotting anything right now?
I've been a part of some stuff. I wouldn't call it a boycott or necessarily like a movement, but as far as my name being on it, no, I don't really want to get into it. But my family's pretty heavily involved in a lot of things that were beneficial to the New Orleans community for sure. So now that was happening more when I was at a really young age and not really, able to participate like that. And, so I can't say me personally, I organized a movement or a boycott or something like that.
What about you, DQ?
Not as an adult, I don't think anything that I have boycotted. Not no, not really. I can't even think of anything that I've just boycotted because I try to
Now,
spend my dollar within stuff, within the community that I need. So not.
so now let me ask you this question.
Hmm.
How many things do you think are egregious enough for you to boycott them that you haven't boycotted?
Mm. It's on a humanity scale. It's some stuff that you should drop what you're doing and move towards it, but then you start weighing out. Oh man, you start weighing out.
See, yeah, see,
Yeah,
you were
it
see.
gets deep.
That's where I was going. I let it. I called it. What did you call it? That's like a 3-bar entendre in your world. I knew what question I was going to ask at the end, but my point was, you know, a lot of these people talking all of this. How many things have they actually boycotted? How many times have they actually marched? And then on top of that, let's say you go out and march for this show, or somebody goes out and marches for this show. You cannot tell me that this is the only thing that you need to march for. You can't tell me that. You can't say that. It's not me. You could say it. Oh, I'm not gonna listen to you. There's a million things that we could be marching for, boycotting, feeling strong about. I used to laugh when people used to be like, "Oh man, I'm not watching the NFL anymore." Don't. Just don't. They're still gonna be in business. There's nothing you're gonna do about it. And when you're boycotting these things, you're hurting black people too. And they're not what you would call a coon or Uncle Tom or something. Like, I'm not gonna start saying Marsai Martin, the youngest Hollywood executive, as a young black woman, I'm gonna boycott what she's doing because I don't like the show. Just don't watch it. We don't control media. And if you're gonna boycott that, then I got questions. Then I'm like Logic now. I could think of 15 other things you probably should put your time to if this show makes you that upset. I don't think that I am so United States, or that the United States is, I'm here. I understand that we have contributed probably more than anybody else. I'm sure that we have in this iteration or whatever the United States is. I participate, I vote, I pay taxes, I live here, but I have a very distinct understanding that for the most part, I live in occupied territory and I'm seen as an enemy combatant. And I try to make the best of it. Now I know that kind of leaks into the other show that I'm gonna do, but that's how I look at things. And I think the people, and as soon as you stop looking at it that way, you usually tend to pay the price. OJ didn't think he was an enemy combatant. OJ didn't think he lived in occupied territory. OJ thought that, and RIP to him, but OJ thought that he was one of them. He thought that, he was, it was an occupied territory and he was somehow sitting with them. And they reminded him very quickly, nope, you are an enemy combatant, bro. Terry Crews, all of these guys, the ones that forget that we are the enemy combatants, that we living in the occupied territory, they get reminded pretty fast. I was gonna highlight this, then get to another topic. Yvette Nicole Brown defends Good Times Road. This is, as either one. Well, it's kind of crazy what I'm about to ask, but have y'all watched the show?
Very few episodes. My dad used to like to watch it, so I might have sat in on one too, but it wasn't like I sit down by myself and be interested in it.
Well, this is the lady on the reboot. She recently made all her social medias private, but this is the lady for the reboot. So some fans took to Twitter X to share their surprise directly to her. And one person wrote, "I'm surprised you attached yourself to this project. It looks nothing like the show we grew up on." And she responded, "This version of Good Times is edgier and more irreverent than the Good Times of our childhood. But it's still a show about family fighting the system and working to make things better despite where you start out in the world. And that 100% lines up with my values." That's a bar. If she truly feels that way, then I'm not going to take that away from her. She also responded to another person who questioned why it was called Good Times. It's called Good Times because it was championed by producer Norman Lear. He was excited to update the story and use the freedom of animation to point out what still isn't fair and equitable for Black folks. That is what we do with the show. As for the trailer, she defended it by saying the trailers are designed to show a glimpse in order to titillate and incite a reaction, good or bad. The goal is to get folks to watch. No trailer is the full piece of work. If they were, we wouldn't go to movies or binge shows. Don't watch if you don't want, but miss me with the lecture.
I like that.
Yeah, that was crucial.
I
That's
like
it.
that.
That's it. We can almost close the show on that. As for the trailer, trailers are designed to show a glimpse in order to titillate and incite, great word, titillate and incite a reaction, good or bad. The goal is to get folks to watch. No trailer is the full piece of work. But this is the line right here. If they were, we wouldn't go to movies or binge shows. Don't watch if you don't want, but miss me with the lecture.
And let that sizzle in your soul.
Yeah. Let that
was
sizzle
crucial.
in your soul. Take that with you.
Yeah, miss me with the lecture, yo.
Miss
For
me
sure.
with the lecture. See what I'm saying? You know how hard it is? We were just, and this is what I mean by the hypocrisy. We were just having the conversation before about Black female actresses not getting a fair shake in Hollywood. So now we're gonna, and now because we upset about something else, who cares if she gets a fair shake? Cancel the show that got 3 Black actresses on it. How many Black writers? How many Black set people? Stop the cap. And then on top of that, you banned Netflix, which I was just championing Netflix for the show Shirley. They just did about Shirley Chisholm. And part of the show that I'm doing on slavery is based on a show I saw on there called The 13th Amendment.
No, we love 13 Amendment's hard. I've seen that before. We love Dave Chappelle. Netflix loves Dave Chappelle. And I'm gonna drop the mic. We
Yes.
ain't bugging about nothing. We was over there watching what was that one show with all the Korean people with Squid Games? We was all watching Squid Games. All type of stuff, man. I feel like we bugging. And to tell the truth, there's some stuff on Netflix that's way more terrible than this.
Oh yeah, facts.
If you really want to search.
Facts. I don't watch Netflix probably as much as everybody else does. I don't watch TV. I mean, I don't know how people really can live life
Likewise.
and have time to really sit down and just watch shows. But when I have time, like if I'm about to get on a flight, I'll download some shows. Like I definitely downloaded some shows. I binge watched a few, and I watch it for like specific stuff. I watch it for specific things that pique my interest, but nothing really else other than that. So I don't know. I think we can close that part of the show on miss me with the lecture. I think that's gonna be for the people that complain about that show. I think that's gonna be my quote. Just miss me with the lecture, bro. If that's what you want to argue about, um, be my guest. Knock yourself out, but don't take me down that road with you. Any closing on that before we get into something else?
Yeah, I mean, that says it all, man. You know, let's not make some super self-righteous stance that takes us beyond the reality of how we actually live. Like that's kind of you can't even, I mean, you can't even realistically hold that stance. You know what I'm saying? Like you say, if you start there, then where do you stop? Everything that you see around you is gonna should now offend you. If that's what you're offended by. It all should.
I'm gonna share this quote. I love this quote by James Baldwin. It's so poignant. There's so many different iterations of this quote, but let's see. That's a great book, by the way. I Am Not Your Negro. But this quote right here: to be a Negro in this country and to be relatively conscious is to be in a rage almost all the time. To be a Negro in this country and to be relatively conscious, so not like overly aware or woke or whatever you want to call it, but it's to be in a rage almost all the time. And part of the rage is this. It isn't only what is happening to you, but it's what's happening all around you all the time. These are enders. These are conversation enders, and I don't want to do that, but I'm gonna just stick with what she said. Missing me with the lecture. Missing me with that lecture. Any closing words on the Netflix show before we get into the other topic?
No sir, no sir.
This seemed pretty well wrapped up. You can just
Yeah, I think that's
rub your hands together. We can wash our hands with that.
okay. So let's get into. I'm gonna do a recorded show. Put it out next week. Matter of fact, DQ, you want to play anything?
I can. I ain't tripping. Let's see. Let's get some.
Okay, let's play some. Let's take a commercial break. Play some commercials before we get into something else. Take it away whenever you're ready.
Gotcha. See, can y'all hear that? Let me know if you can hear it.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay.
Water bottles and Gatorade. A lot of people want me to fade away. Dedicated. Keep my game sharp as a razor blade. Day to day. With my gold teeth and the table fade. Playing system water bottles and Gatorade. A lot of people want me to fade away. Dedicated. Keep my game sharp as a razor blade. Day to day. With my gold teeth and the table fade. I'm rolling this blunt up. I sit and think about to come up. Hit your chick with that lumber. She somewhere deep in the slumber. I ain't Stevie, no wonder. I had her falling this summer. She talking tatting my name. I ain't even saving the number. Hey, pimpin' meticulous. When you pimp, it's a hit or miss. Vernacular snapping. She breaking bridges to get a kiss. Look what done happened. Her nosy friend and got in a mix. She know I'm a hitter too. She tell him a plead the fifth. Playing maze. It's the water bottles and Gatorade. Gotta say, a lot of people want me to fade away. Dedicated. Keep my game sharp as a razor blade. Day to day. With my gold teeth and the table fade. Playing maze. It's the water bottles and Gatorade. Gotta say, a lot of people want me to fade away. Dedicated. Keep my game sharp as a razor blade. Day to day. With my gold teeth and the table fade. Mention my pedigree with my mental telepathy. Hitting them curves, my lines connect like the letter B. Waiting my turn, I swear my life is the letter D. Studied the masters, I learned the wisdom from A to Z. Books is still something, I still instilling the women. If you can hold up a combo, then we can make us a killing. Close your eyes and just listen to these tricks when they tricking. When my chicks looking good, it's like them bricks when they flipping. Because I'm playing maze, it's the water bottles and Gatorade. Gotta say, a lot of people want me to fade away. Dedicated, keep my game sharp as a razor blade. Day to day, with my gold teeth and the table fade. Playing maze, it's the water bottles and Gatorade. Gotta say, a lot of people want me to fade away. Dedicated, keep my game sharp as a razor blade. Day to day, with my gold teeth and the table fade. Playing maze, it's the water bottles and Gatorade. Gotta say, a lot of people want me to fade away. Dedicated, keep my game sharp as a razor blade. Day to day, with my gold teeth and the table fade. Playing maze, it's the water bottles and Gatorade. Gotta say, a lot of people want me to fade away. Dedicated, keep my
playing it again.
All right, we back live in full effect, baby.
You want to plug the shows and stuff real quick, or what you, or you
Oh
want
yeah,
to do that?
I can go and plug
Play,
some.
yeah, sure. That's what I said. Play the book
I had
part.
to,
Play all of that. Take over.
I had to upload it. So I was burning
Oh, okay.
time.
Let's talk money. Let's talk money. Let's talk money. Let's talk money. Let's talk money.
Hey,
Let's talk money.
yeah,
Let's talk money. Let's talk money.
yeah,
Let's
check.
talk money. Let's
Look.
talk money.
Paper chasing, racing to $1 million. Why you out here faking for $1 million followers? Hit the liquor store, baby, refill the bottle. So we're getting dope from a Brazilian model. That's me. Can't copy my steps, baby. I'm hard to follow. Lost City of Gold, Dallas, Eldorado. 4 or 5 packs, we gon' mix and match it. Vacuum to the one, then we send the package. Alright, incentivize. How my inner thoughts turn to an enterprise. Easy to enter her inner thighs. Boy, she hypnotized. Sadly mistaken, I've been a vibe. Plus I'm monetized. 50 to 20, 10 to the 5s. Yeah, I need a 9. Gunning folk. Type of shit that ain't never been done before. Yeah, my niggas humble, but we ain't busted your bubble though. If the conversation is paper, then pimpin', let me know. Got 2 P's left and they getting dressed and about to go.
Let's talk money. 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 Yeah. Let's talk.
Yeah, we gonna talk money. Coming up, y'all. DQ Hampton. I got shows coming up. 420. I'm opening up for Mr. Pookie and Lucci in Dallas, Texas. 421. I'm opening up for Stove God and Currency. Then on the 22nd and 24th, I'm gonna be in Austin, Texas, and Houston, Texas. So yeah, a whole lot of shows coming up. Thank you for supporting. Make sure you buy the book. Try Media Innovations. We got more products, more shows, and make sure you catch that DQ Radio. You know what I'm saying? My man Hits on the 1s and 2s making it happen. But yeah, we got more content, more shows, and we're gonna steady keep it pushing, baby.
Dope. Just dope. Just super dope. All right. So I'm ready to be killed. I kind of want to wait for Hits to get in on this conversation, but yeah, share this link because this might get spicy. And if y'all don't agree, fight. I don't mind it. I'm good with it. I in college I surmised a comment when somebody was explaining to me the prison system, and this was like early 2000s. And the one thing I realized was if you pay attention to the private, public, state, and federal prisons, slavery technically never ended. It was in a sociology class. And he said this is Dr. Nordell, and he said that slavery never ended, technically. And it was an outrage. Everybody went crazy and this, that, and the other. But as he began to explain it and he went through the timeline, I'm going to do this on the show. And he went through the timeline, I can't not notice it. Every time I think about it, I can't not notice it. I mean, he went in depth. He went from the 60s, 70s, 80s. He was talking about the prison population. And then you see shows like The 13th on Netflix, who they don't actually say it, but they prove it. And you see other conversations. And when you look at what slavery was, it was the stripping of our humanity, stripping of our rights. And the reason why I posit that we're still going through it is because you look at your life and you're like, no, I'm free. I can go to work, I can go do this, I can go do that. I'm free. But you know what nobody notices anymore? They don't notice the people behind the walls. I don't think they pay attention to the people behind the walls. I think I would surmise to say that part of the reason why they put it behind big fences or barbed wires and big, huge buildings and all of that. Now, mind you, I'm going to source all of this stuff up. We're just having a free conversation right now. I want to see how y'all feel. But if you look at the treatment of the prisoners we have in this country, if you look at the mass incarceration of Black and brown versus other races, the disproportionate ratios of how we are locked up versus other races, even with race being a social construct, and then what they have to do behind the walls. And then you have to look at, they still work, they go behind the walls, they work. I'm going to go into detail. This is just a free conversation right now. They go behind the walls, they work for basically for nothing. And they're working for major corporations, Walmart, JCPenney, Louis Vuitton. They're working for major corporations, building goods for nothing. And they're getting treated the lowest of the low. The prisons are constantly trying to cut costs. So you're talking about inexperienced guards, injuries, subpar food, subpar facilities. I mean, the equivalent of hell on earth. And they don't have their freedom. So if you wanted to say what slavery was, you know, like I said, I've been working on this. So I would be careful. I would be very, very careful kind of fighting me on this without any kind of source. Just saying, if you're just upset because I'm saying we are slaves, if that we are still slaves, if you're just upset and you're just upset with the word, or this is, you know, you just, it can't possibly be, you know, I actually have, like, I would rather you put your thoughts together. Because being slavery, what I've always said slavery was, is imprisonment for economic gain. To me, if you break it down to something that, you know, universal understanding. Now, I know slavery is a million, trillion, billion different things, but slavery is imprisonment for economic gain. Tell me that that's not what prisoners are. Now, if your justification is that, yeah, well, they should be there because they committed crimes. Not necessarily. Not necessarily, because then we can go back to the disproportionate incarceration rate. We can go back to the years that people got for crack versus cocaine. The stop and frisk, the laws that were created to throw Black people in jail and people in the inner cities. And then even in reform, you're just not locked up in prison. Now you're just on bail for the rest of your life. I mean, you're on parole for the rest of your life. So now you're just locked up in your house. So for everybody trying to say, you know, what one thing is or what one thing isn't, that's my premise. Now I can go into numbers, you know, if I'm spited to. But what do you think when I say the statement that we're still slaves? Before I go any further, because I'm going to do a presentation, I'm going to do a show. But what do y'all think when I say
that? I know with me, I always say mentally, I always had that type aspect. But when you actually attribute the prison industrial system, then of course, that's exactly what it is. You know, down here in Texas, that was the main moneymaker down here. Prisons and oil. It's slowly transitioning to tech and other type things. But yeah, that's exactly what it is in my eyes, because you're thrown to the system. You become less of a human, period. That's how I look at slavery. If slavery is a system set up to make you feel less of a human, no matter if that's through a structured social system, if it's through a what they say is race is a social structure, or if it's a real physical structure. That's where I feel like it is. It makes you feel less of a person and creates you to be a subhuman. So yeah, I can totally see that it still exists. but in the physical aspect of like chains like that, yeah, even in that aspect, hell yeah, shit
Yeah,
still exists. So yeah, we're there, baby. We're there.
as you start going, see what I'm
We're
saying?
there.
As you start going, now mind you, I want some people that disagree. Matter of fact, put it in the Discord because I want somebody to actually
I didn't
argue
did
with me
that.
on this.
They actually in the chat.
Are they doing the chat thing? Okay, good. The go
But
ahead,
before
Logic.
you start going again, before you start going again, so immediately what strikes me is you say we are still slaves, right? And that would include us people who are also not incarcerated. And you touched on something that I was going to bring up. At least I thought I was saving it, but you kind of brought it up real early. Is that human rights I think that's a real big part of being enslaved. I don't know if well, it certainly seems like I have some human rights. I'm able to, if I needed to, I could sue people. I could call the police. You know what I'm saying? If I was in another country and abducted, I would, I guess at that point I might be assuming I might be going a little bit too far. Be represented in the American embassy, not the embassy of that country.
So let me ask you a question. Did you see 12 Years a Slave? Or read the book? Logic? Yo?
I think he might have fell off.
Okay. So, peace to Miss Lisa. What's going on, Miss
Miss
Lisa?
Lisa, peace.
Love to you. Make you a mod. You get to be a mod over here that does no work. You can relax today. Okay, so in 12 Years a Slave, so for anyone, and this is what I mean by we live in occupied territories as enemy combatants. Any one of us at any time in DQ, anyone tell me if I'm wrong. I mean, hit the panel and tell me if I'm wrong. I will. I am welcome. I'm gonna do the show regardless. I'm gonna present this idea regardless. I'm gonna make it open for criticism. Any one of us can be pulled out of this freedom that you think you have. Any one of us can be pulled out of this freedom that you think you have at any moment, and then you're in the same position. So it's really no different than, I mean, if you wanted to make the analogy that the ones that aren't behind the walls are just living in the North until you're not. And once you get behind them walls, you're just like everybody else, whether you did the crime or you didn't do the crime, whether it was a crime that deserved jail time, whether it was a crime that didn't deserve jail time. You can go from being DQ, the father, the dispensary owner, the artist, the business owner, all of these things, to inmate 39776 for whatever, for no absolute reason at all. And on top of that, you could be killed at any moment. Now people say you're exaggerating, or I'm exaggerating, but you can also have your life and your rights taken away from you at any moment. I'm pretty sure the guy, I forgot his name, 12 Years a Slave, but I'm pretty sure that he thought everything was cool too. Until it wasn't. And that's what I mean by prison is the peace. Prison, that industrial complex, exactly. The prison industrial complex to me is the key to all of this and the legislation. And then when you look at the legislation that they have, it's one thing when you say that when you come out of prison, you have no rights. I mean, you have the right. I mean, once they put that stain on you, it's almost impossible for you to work. It's not impossible, but it's almost impossible for you to work. The recidivism is so high. You can't vote. All the things that they fought for. The 13th Amendment. This is the this is the point that I was gonna make. So now the 13th Amendment abolished slavery, but you know what they don't know? There's an exception in the abolishment of slavery, and a lot of people don't know this. It
Mm-hmm.
said the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, which abolished slavery, includes a critical exception. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as punishment of a crime. Matter of
Yep.
fact, let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. You can stop playing. I told you, I'm prepared for this kind. Listen, I am fully. If I tell you I'm ready to record a show, you're not going to be able to come up here and just say, you can't say that. Nope. Nope, 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 no. No, no, no. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen.
All right.
And then on top of that, I'm going to get in. I have another show. See, I got all these things. This is what I do, politics and history. There's such a thing called wage slavery that I'm gonna get into in the next couple of weeks too. I'm glad you made this this comment, Miss Lisa. Wage slavery is a real thing too. All right. So the 13th Amendment reads just like this. Neither slavery nor involuntary
You
servitude.
sound choppy, Brass. Hold up. You sound choppy, Brass.
Okay. Tell me if I'm good now.
No, sir. Nope. You still sound choppy.
Maybe it's a bad link. Can you hear me now?
Oh, you still choppy.
All right, I'm gonna go out and come back.
All right, that's bad. I got you.
All right. Play something.
Oh yeah, I got you. I'm gonna hold it down. Appreciate everybody that's in here right now as we touch on this topic. This is a very good topic, very interesting, to say the least. Because a lot of people think just because you don't have cuffs on you, you think slavery is done, but cuffs can still be on the masses of our people, or it can be on you mentally. So yeah, this is a very, very good one. Hello.
Yo.
All right. Yeah. Kraus said you good.
Okay, good. All right, so let me share my screen. Okay, so 13th Amendment, Section 1. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. I'm going to say that one more time. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. So what does that say to you, DQ? What does that say? What that says to me is that as long as you don't commit a crime,
you're not a slave.
You're not a slave. See, okay, wait, exactly. So if you're going to then prosecute us unfairly, if you're then going to lock us up at rates much higher than everybody else, and then when we get into the prison, beat us, take away, you're stripped of essentially any rights that you have. Like, listen, we could talk about prison. I mean, I've never been, but I have friends. I visit my friends that are in prison. I have a lot of them. I grew up in the New Jersey Drive era. I have a lot of friends that are still doing time from the early 2000s, in the 90s, late 90s, and they tell me these stories. Subhuman is how is basically what the treatment is. So when you're in there, you're making all these goods for pennies. You know, let's say I'm gonna use a round number. You get paid roughly, I don't know, $100 to be they pay the prison $100 to be to house an inmate. So if they pay $100 to house an inmate, the government gives them $150. The only way that they make money is by stripping services or vendors. So now you got a situation where you got these people in prison with no rights, they're unjustly locked up, and then now you have them making goods for companies, pennies on the dollar. That don't sound, what does that sound like to you? Slavery. Literally. And anybody, and it's the people that don't believe that they are slaves are the ones that don't understand that all of that can happen to you. Just wait.
In the blink of an eye.
You could be driving to the store and never go home. Never. And I think what's the scariest part of it all is that even after, you know, they try to make that prison is about reform. Prison's not about reform. Prison is not, they're not trying to fix you or rehabilitate you. They're just, when you get out, you can't vote. The next amendments, I think, what is it? The 14th and 15th amendments, the right to vote, and hold on. The right to vote, right to vote. I forgot. I'll look that up in a second. I forgot exactly what it was. I don't want to make up nothing. But you're talking about the 14th and 15th Amendment. Those are taken from you when you get out. You can't vote in most cases. So my point is this, and I don't like to, I mean, I'm having the conversation kind of, I'm going to do a show myself, so I don't need to have it kind of like, I want someone that disagrees to kind of speak on it. But I don't know. I think it's a very simple thing. I think the people that disagree are just the people that don't realize that it can be taken from you at the drop of a hat.
That makes a whole lot of sense.
I mean, when you look at we're locked up at 655 per 100,000 people. And that's twice more than everywhere else. Twice more.
Texas has more people. Texas has more people locked up than Russia. check the stats. Check the stats.
Oh no, share your screen. You can share your screen. You cook. I'm just like I already know what I believe. I want to be challenged on it. I don't. You know. The one thing I never like to do, I'm gonna do it. Like I said, I'm going to do a show. That's neither here nor there. But I'm not going to, with no pushback. I think when you make statements with no pushback, then it becomes, you know, a little strange. But when you really pay attention to the crime bills that they have, you know, and they've apologized for all of this stuff. They've walked all of it back. Clinton's walked it back. Obama. Reagan, Nixon, they've all walked it back. They knew what they were doing. You think they don't know what they were doing?
Brad, look at this, bro.
Go ahead, I'm looking.
Look at this, dog. Chrome tab, yeah. Share. Now, what you just read was for the nation, right?
Yes.
Texas has 840 per 100,000.
Jesus.
You said 660. This right here says, let's see. Check this out. How many Texas residents are locked up and where? It says 219,000 from people from Texas are behind bars. Texas incarceration. Oh my goodness, look at this. Has grown dramatically in the last 40 years. Yeah. Because everything switched to privatized prisons. Pre-trial policies have driven recent jail growth in Texas. This is what I was looking for. All right, look at this, brother. Today, Texas incarceration rates stand out internationally. Incarceration rates compare Texas and found in NATO countries. We're higher than all of NATO, including the United States. So you got United States, United Kingdom, Portugal, Canada, France, Belgium, Italy, Luxembourg, Denmark, Netherlands, Norway, and Iceland. We beating them all. Yeah, that's how Texas do that, bro. That's the money maker down here. It's slowly switching to tech, but this is where the money is when it comes to Texas.
Yeah.
Oil and prisons.
And it's such a large economy. And then when you go in depth, trust me, in this show, see, you watch the 13th, so a lot of the information you'll be privy to. But when you start paying attention to, you know, there are companies like ALEC and movements and different things where they literally they make legislation. You think that like your senator or your local congressman is the person that's making the legislation, when in actuality, prisons and friends of prisons are the ones making the legislation.
It's the money.
So for example, one of the things that happened, you know, a very long time ago, you know, and I don't want to give away too much of the show, but a very long time ago, they literally created movements to lock people up. You know, I don't even want to get into the movie Birth of a Nation.
Yep.
So when you talk about that movie Birth of a Nation, when slavery was abolished, people, you know, black people, yeah, we were slaves, but we were also seen as kind of timid, a little weak. We weren't savages just yet to the public. But then when they dropped Birth of a Nation, they were painting us as sexual violators. We violated women. We were murderers. We were savages. They were comparing us to beasts. So what they did was they attacked our image. So if you attack anybody's image, let's just say you attack a person's image. Well, once you turn a human being, and I don't think a lot of people pay attention to it when they call people beasts and animals and things like that. But when you call people beasts and you call people animals, then you can do anything to them. It's kind of like what Marcus talks about when he talks about the tropes. We talking about that on the Brain Show about the racist tropes and how if you augment a person's thinking about a human being, if you can make them anything other than human, then what you can do is you can do anything to them. Like I saw in Birth of a Nation, the movie, right? What they kind of did was, okay, slavery is over. People forget that slavery was the major economy for the southern states. So when you take slavery out, now they're trying to figure out their economy. It's not a coincidence that then this movie comes out, Birth of a Nation. So now versus, you know, we had these polite, we were Uncle Remus and we were these polite people and nice people. We were these sage people. And then this movie came out, one of the biggest movies, you know, one of those big time movies, like how we would look at a blockbuster of our day. And in this movie, we were just savages. And they just flocked to it. They just flocked to watching it. It became like almost a manifesto. And the funny thing about Birth of a Nation is that the things that they described as race then were predictors of how race is now. Literally, like in 2000, how can a movie that came out after the abolishment of slavery, literally right after the abolishment of slavery, somehow be a predictor of how the United States deals with race now? I was looking at the lynching rate went up, the murdering rate went up as soon as this movie came out. Matter of fact, I found out that in the movie, the Klan, they didn't even burn crosses before that movie. That movie came out, and they burned a cross in the movie as like a sign of symbolism or whatever. And then now, the Klan now burns crosses. They got it from the movie. So then you go to, all right, so now, you know, what's going on? So then they have an election. At that election, there were 350 Klan members as delegates. So now you get a situation where we're being done so bad in the South. Slavery is over, but we're being done so bad in the South. I'm gonna give a timeline. I'm gonna go ahead and do it. The show will be the show.
I would say they just switch uniforms. Down here in the South, they just switched the sheets for police suits and lawyer suits. Like, we understand that down here, especially being from Waco, Texas. The Grand Wizard lived in Lorena, Texas. That's a town outside of Waco. I used to do his mail. Like, it's for real. The Klan always had rallies at the McLennan County Courthouse. That's where the famous picture of Jesse Washington was took. One of the most famous lynching pictures in history that everybody always see. It be on damn tables at Denny's and shit. Was in Waco, Texas, of Jesse Washington. So yeah, most definitely I understand the Southern politics of how the Klan went covert behind the scenes down here. So of course you still have your ones up front, but yeah.
Hit the link if you want to, Cuban. Hit the peace to you. So
yeah, come on in, Cube.
Yeah, come on in. I want dissenting opinions. The funny thing is, and this is no cap, I have no cap in my raps. When I did this show, I did a show with Cuban a long time ago, and we were talking. And one of the things that I kind of, you need a dissenting opinion or somebody that might see things a little different way. But when I say that, like, they literally force out our communities, they force out black and brown. It's not just black. Oh, good for you, bro. It's black and brown. So now getting back to Birth of a Nation. So with Birth of a Nation, then you get these migrations of people. Now they describe these things as migrations, right? So all these people started going to California, they started going to Texas, they started going to Ohio, they started going north, they started going west, they started going everywhere, but they weren't going because looking for opportunity. They were literally refugees from terror. They were trying to get away from these people. The Birth of a Nation, they were lynching people at a rate. I mean, it was insane. I'm gonna get the exact numbers will be on the show, but they weren't going to these other places. They were looking for opportunity, obviously, but they were running because then now they abolished slavery, but then they created Jim Crow South, legal segregation. They started segregating us at a crazy rate. Cuban is hilarious. It's proving capitalism gotta go.
I love Cuban.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna be the poster child for capitalism forever. I think I'm just gonna have to get used to it. But what it did was, once you do Jim Crow, once you do legal segregation, once you say there will be no slavery, no involuntary servitude unless you commit a crime, you think, now I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna make a statement with no source. I'm gonna step outside my wheel. I'm gonna just say, do you think that they put that in there? Why do you think they added that line? Now let's be real. Why do you think they said they couldn't just say no slavery? No slavery, no involuntary servitude in the United States or its jurisdictions. Why do you think they put in the slap middle of it the loophole, except if you commit a crime and are duly convicted? You think they didn't know what they was doing, DQ?
No, they most definitely did. I try to say the thing when it comes to the Europeans who control this stuff, they have think tanks. They sit and try to pre-plan things for generations. They think of plans that can be executed to where they can take their hands off for the next 200 years. So most definitely, that was pre-planned, pre-coded, and implemented in a fashion to where they can keep it going.
So then you got this timeline. I'm just running through the timeline of why I believe that we're still slaves. I'm still early in it. I got, what time is it? It's 10 a.m. here. I got till 12 p.m. here. So I don't know how much time everybody got, but I'm going to go through the timeline as much as I can in the next 2 hours. So then you go into the civil rights movement, because now, you know, you got people in the South and they're tired of it. They're tired of Jim Crow laws. They're tired of segregation. They're just tired of it. They're tired of the whole thing. So then you go into the civil rights movement. A wise man once said, justice too long delayed is justice denied. So even if you wait too long to give somebody justice, just because you give it to them 40, 50 years from now, that means you just denied it. It doesn't mean that, oh yeah, we finally got it. No, justice delayed is still justice denied. So then you get, so then they start using the tool of arresting. And what I love about the civil rights movement is that the civil rights movement used the arresting as a tool and flipped it on them. So what they did was, we know that they look at us as savages, they look at us as beasts, they look at us as less than human. So we're just gonna arrest you, arrest you, arrest you. I love the way, and it's probably Baird Rustin that thought of it. I don't know. Or actually it might be, what was his name? John Lewis, Good Trouble. I don't know. Rosa Parks. But if you notice, they started using being arrested as peaceful protests as a tool to take that power away from them, to snatch it, to literally say, okay, cool, you're going to arrest us and make it terrifying, then we're going to do peaceful protests. You have to let us out. I'm sure they didn't follow all the rules every time, but you had to let us out. But then what I noticed, what they did was, they literally, crime began to skyrocket. Crime began to get really high. And what the government does is ingenious if you're trying to enslave a race of people. If you're trying to lock up a race of people, what you do is you turn movements into a crime. You turn the civil rights movement into a crime, and you police it, you criminalize it. And that's where, and that word is going to be key in the show that I create, or that we create, is criminalization. You criminalized Martin Luther King, you criminalized Rosa Parks, you criminalized Malcolm X, so that now what you can do is you can literally paint everything as though these are criminals. They're not freedom fighters, they're not politicians. You're gonna repaint all of these people as high-level criminals. So the prison population at that time was 357,292. Okay? And then you get Nixon. And Nixon literally comes out and says it. There will be a war on the movements in this country. There are so many things that they could have prosecuted, so many things that they could have done. Obviously, with him getting impeached, he had a lot more fish to fry. But what he wanted to do was, he literally turned the Black Panthers into a crime. He turned the civil rights all into a crime. Just make it all a crime, lock them all up. And then another key thing he did, DQ, and remember this, and anybody who's watching this, he turned a health issue, which was the abuse of drugs, he turned that into a crime issue. Drugs in this society should have always been treated as a health issue, a health pandemic. What do you think about that? Hit said it'd be here in a second, but I'm gonna go ahead and go through it while I got the time. What do you think about that? Especially somebody who runs dispensaries and things. When I say that drugs in this country should have always been used as a health issue, not a criminal issue, what do you think of that?
I always looked at it as that perspective. I knew that the whole war on drugs was a falsality and a money opportunity. I always say, if you can't keep drugs out your prisons, how you gonna keep them out your country? I always say that. I always say that. Anything that gets to the streets is a trickle down. This is a national business. There's countries where their national product is the coca leaf. There's companies to where their byproduct from their factories are drugs that we use. Molly is a byproduct from Chinese factories. Like, a lot of people don't understand how.
Wait, what? Say that again. Say that again.
Molly is a byproduct drug from Chinese factories.
I didn't know that.
That's why the influx of it came in. There's a whole connection. There's one thing they were saying why there was an influx of certain fentanyl, there was an influx of Molly. All these drugs was coming from Chinese territories. And one reason they were saying when Obama quit playing China, China was like, we're just going to start killing U.S. citizens instead of them paying us. It's a whole little web with it. But I know for certainty that that's the source of those drugs that hit the United States. But yeah, most definitely to get back on point, that is a health situation. I respected what Oregon did. You see, Oregon decriminalized all drugs and started looking at it as a medical issue instead of a judiciary issue. So I definitely agree with that.
Do you have ChatGPT connected to whatever you're using?
Let me see. I got this on my lap. Yeah, I got the one that's on my phone. What's up?
Okay. No, I want to, hold on. Let me look it up. Because then he created this thing called the Southern Strategy. And I don't know if he created it. I know they said it was also, further ago. But, okay. Let me share my screen. Here it is. So then he created something called the Southern Strategy. So now the Southern Strategy is this. After Lyndon Baines Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act, he said, I'm signing the death warranty for the Democratic Party in the South. Nixon and the Republicans commissioned a study to determine how to incorporate more Southerners into the Republican Party. Essentially, the study said that if Republicans relied on economics, the majority of white Southerners would remain Democrats. But if they pushed the race button instead, they would be successful. And we know what button they pushed. So essentially, if I had to explain it, it would be Republicans were always seen more as economy and less government. Southerners were more about, it was race. You got Birth of a Nation, you got Uncle Remus, you got the Klan, the lynchings, then you got Jim Crow, you got Jim Crow South, you have heavy segregation. So what do you do? What you do is you create, if the Republicans wanted to tap into the South, then what they do is you say, hey, we hate race as much as y'all. Matter of fact, race is the main thing that we're running on. So they literally switched their strategy to race. They literally switched it to race and getting Southerners into the Republican Party. Now, it goes a little further. I think somebody joined. In American politics, the Southern Strategy refers to a strategy by some Republican Party candidates of gaining political support in the Southern United States by appealing to racism against African Americans. So, there was a guy, hold on, his name was Ehrlichman. Who joined DQ?
Marcus joined. I got Marcus up. Peace.
Okay, peace to you, Marcus. Peace to you, Marcus.
Peace.
Okay, so there's a guy, and this is what I mean by Nixon. He created more of a war on movements. So basically, any movement he was working with Hoover also, or Hoover was working with him, however you want to paint it. But there were things that came out later where it says, like it says, was Nixon's war on drugs a racially motivated crusade? So he had an aide. At the time, he was kind of like the head of Nixon's campaign strategy, right? And he was one of the key figures in Watergate. But one of the quotes, he had a quote that came out for anybody that thinks that Nixon was, he wasn't really trying to, where's the quote? He has the famous quote. Here it is, the drug war quote. Matter of fact, it's in Wikipedia as the drug war quote. And this quote says, In 2016, a quote from Ehrlichman was the lead for an anti-drug war article in Harper's Magazine by journalist Dan Baum. Shout to you. This is what he said then. It says, "How to Win the War on Drugs," Harper's Magazine. He offered the quote in a 1994 interview. It says, "You want to know what this was really all about?" He asked with the bluntness of a man who after public disgrace, let me highlight it so y'all can see it just in case. So, who after public disgrace and a stretch in federal prison had little left to protect. The Nixon campaign in 1968 and the Nixon White House after that had two enemies: the anti-war left and black people. Now I'm gonna stay right there for 1 second. The Nixon, it's politics, so I get excited. I don't mean to scream. The Nixon campaign in 1968 and the Nixon White House after that had two enemies. Now, with everything going on in the world, this is his campaign, the person that's leading his campaign at the time. How is he going to get reelected? How is he going to keep his public opinion high at the time? If memory serves me, he was actually under attack on a whole lot of different fronts. I mean, the White House was literally movement after movement after movement was protesting in front of the White House during this time. And they said the enemies were the anti-war left, the people who were against the Vietnam War, Korean War, and black people. You understand what I'm saying? We knew we couldn't make it illegal to either be against the war or black, but by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did.
Mm-hmm.
They knew what they were doing. So when I say things like prison and slavery, when I make the comparisons, when I make the connections, they're telling you. I'm going to just say this last part again. We couldn't make it illegal to be either against the war or black, but by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and the blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, vilify them night after night on the evening news with racist tropes, like Marcus says. Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did. So when I make the connection, I'm gonna let you get in, Marcus, and I think Hits is here too. When I say that there's a connection of slavery and prison systems, prison populations now, federal, state. The reason why I say these things is because if you follow the timeline, you got the abolishment of slavery with that loophole in it for some reason, that you can be put into slavery and involuntary servitude if you're a criminal, if you're incarcerated and duly convicted. Then you go from that into Birth of a Nation, which literally spawns, if not invigorates, the Klan. Then that movie painted us as monster savages, removes our humanity, which slavery did before that. But through the abolishment of slavery, they thought they were giving us our humanity back. That movie, which is a blockbuster at the time, removes our humanity. They then start Jim Crow South, hyper segregation, hyper lynching. We mass migrate to all these different places. Now follow the timeline. We mass migrate all across the United States, running from the South, running. We're refugees from terror. We're not just going to these places just for opportunity. And then you go into the Southern strategy. I mean, I'm skipping a little bit so I can let other people speak. But you go into the Southern strategy, and then you have the top aide to the President of the United States basically creating a Southern strategy. How do we get the South involved? Forget about economics. Even though we're Republicans, economic and left government, we're going to now focus on race. We're going to make race everything. You got Nixon, who makes a war on movements. So they criminalize movements, not criminals. They criminalize movements, people trying to make changes, the leaders that were supposed to be helping us on this planet. And then they literally say the biggest enemies are the anti-war left and the blacks. We're going to raid them. We're going to put them across the news with all of these racist tropes. And Marcus, if you don't mind, get into a little bit of that, painting us as monsters, painting us as lazy, painting us as welfare associated, all of these kinds of things. And now we're going to start locking them up. We know that drugs is not the problem. And I keep saying the word criminalize for a reason. The drug issue in the United States should never have been a criminal issue. It should have been a health issue. And then I'll proceed after we let the people talk. Marcus, I'm gonna let Hits get in real quick, and then Marcus jump right in. What's up, Hits? Okay, go ahead, Marcus. Either one of y'all, whoever unmutes.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna let them cook. I'm about to go grab something to eat right now. So yeah, Marcus,
Okay,
go
no
ahead and handle your third piece.
Go ahead, Marcus.
Okay, go ahead.
If y'all can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear
Marcus
you now,
can go.
brother.
Go ahead,
I got
Marcus.
it, DQ. Go ahead and do what you got to do.
All right.
Go ahead, Marcus. You got it. Peace, everybody, by the way.
I think he might have an issue. Go ahead, Hits.
All right. Just want to say what's up, everybody in the chat.
What's going on?
The panel. I'm boycotting these high ass prices. I just came from an auto repair shop, and that's criminal. So I just touched on both topics in one sentence. There's criminal activity in there right now as we speak. I was robbed with no weapon. But no, I'm gonna let you guys finish cooking. But I would like to say to everyone, these topics, they're important and they're very intricate. So if a general topic interests someone, definitely do some more research with it. And that's how we all end up, finding answers to our specific questions, perspectives, how we look at things. It makes us understand other people's perspectives. So these are like general topics that we get into a lot of times, and it's not the all or the end of it. But we also can't dig too deep into them because we wouldn't make it to another topic. But anything to do with African American history in relation to finance, criminal justice, education, any of those aspects is always going to, be a deep dive and extremely interesting and necessary. So pick an avenue, pick a topic, dig a little further into that on your own. So I would give everybody that advice because you guys have been building already. So go ahead. I think Marcus is in now, right?
Yeah, Marcus and Logic. Go ahead, Marcus.
Okay, I just want to clarify some things. I heard Logic earlier make statements that while that is his perception of the conversation, misses some very key points and parts to the conversation. I think, Brash, you hit on one of the main troubles that we deal with. You could have a stereotype, a generalization, that factual basis to it. Case in point is I could easily say that Chinese people are shorter than Americans, right? In general, you will find that Chinese people height-wise is different. That's a stereotype. True. Doesn't mean that every Chinese person in general are shorter because you got Yao Ming, right? That's not what it means. But that stereotype in and of itself is just that, a stereotype. Then you have racist stereotypes. Racist stereotypes, while being a type of stereotype, is not the same significance as a regular stereotype. When you add that word racist in front of it, you are now implying something very specific. And you can't argue and say, well, stereotypes is this. When I'm speaking racist stereotype, that's a category fallacy. That means you're changing what I'm saying to fit a more broader generalization so you can argue against it. While you have racist stereotypes, not all racist stereotypes are racist tropes. Racist tropes are a very, very specific thing, and it has to do with policy, economic, political, and social policies. That's what racial tropes have to do with it. When they wanted to justify the abuse of black people, tropes. And this idea that you have to be equally mad about racist tropes, racist stereotypes, and stereotypes as if they're the same thing. It's just a facetious argument because they while they can have overlapping points to it, they're not the same thing. So when you look at the welfare queen, racist trope, give you a spiel on why they call it a racist trope. Like they tell you that this idea was done to change public policy and perception on welfare, on social programs, to a list of how it was done. And then they tell you what was the purpose. You can't now say, well, that's just a stereotype, and then argue against stereotypes. That is facetious. That's disingenuous at its utmost. Gotta do better. Words matter. Definitions matter. Categories matter. It's how humans function in society. And so a racist trope is dangerous because it influences and affects people in general and policy. There is a problem with that. And it's not even it's the part about it is nobody in science or in politics actually says it doesn't matter or it doesn't count. That's point one. Point two is there's a difference between a comedy show and a minstrel show. They're not the same thing. Hold on,
Marcus. So look at the screen.
Yes.
I got a question before you go to point two. So now this says popular and pervasive stereotypes of African Americans. This is the National Museum of African American History and Culture, the Smithsonian. Is this similar to what you're talking about? Right, it says what is it, coons and
yes.
Okay.
Right. So you could have like the watermelon. If you want to know what happened with the watermelon thing is they were practicing on film and they got two black people that was there to chuck watermelon so they could record it. And then they didn't use that video. They're really working on trying to work on the camera. It's a long story. But then that video becomes part of a racial narrative about black people and watermelon. Right. And so that is just stereotype and thing. That's one of them. But when it goes into actual racist tropes, it kind of shifts because no one passes bill based on black people eating watermelon.
Right.
So you change it when it gets into policies.
Yeah. Well, they turn us into savages. They turn us into beasts.
Right. Right. So they can justify.
Yeah, you can't do it to a human. You can slave and incarcerate and do whatever you want to a beast or a savage, but you can't do that to a human. So they take the human away.
Right. So if I say this is a minstrel show, that this very cartoon is a minstrel show, you can't then go and argue about comedians. That's a category fallacy. Like it means something. That word means something very specific. It has a certain connotation that has affected black people. Like they use minstrel shows to justify Jim Crow laws. The first minstrel show was named Jim Crow. Like what? Do you understand the difference between a minstrel show named Jim Crow and then the laws that came behind it versus
Yes.
Dave Chappelle stand up. Are you really trying?
Yes.
Or they literally was trying to argue, say that's the same thing. Like Logic said it on the show this morning, this today. That is the same thing. We outraged about all of it. There's a difference between a Jim Crow law and a gun law. It's just different. I didn't make the rules to this. It's the English language and the behavior in America. The first Mitchell show is called. I'm like, what are we saying here? And so this new show that they came out with, while they may have made good intentions or whether they didn't, it doesn't matter, is in line with a minstrel show. And so black people who are what minstrel shows are and what it did to the black people and policies and stuff, they in return are angry about that. And rightly so. You can't say you can't be angry about that because you're not angry about Dave Chappelle, as if Dave Chappelle show is the true show.
Is Logic in here?
What are we saying here?
Look at this
So
line. Logic. Hold on. And go ahead, Marcus. Land your plane. I'm gonna let Logic get in, but I want to. As soon as before you speak, Logic, I want to read this line. I didn't know a lot of this stuff, and I tend to kind of know. For instance, an enslaved person forced under violence to work from sunrise to sunset could hardly be described as lazy. Yet laziness, as well as characteristics of submissiveness, backwardness, lewdness, treachery, and dishonesty, became stereotypes assigned to African Americans. In the Dred
And
Scott
if
case,
you would,
go ahead. I'm listening to you.
Exactly. No, you're right. That's my point. But you see how they're making a distinction between certain things. Like they're putting a emphasis on this versus that. Like they're making it, and we don't want that distinction. Cool, whatever. But I pulled it up before. Just read about literally welfare queen on Wiki. It explains to you the dangers of what and what happened. So me being frustrated and angry about it, saying that this is this nonsense that you did in the 60s. Let me just say it this way. When they were used to talk about poor and poverty, they mostly talked about the Appalachian Mountains. If y'all ever hear me argue when I talk about social policies, you always hear me go to the Appalachian Mountains. They had a show called the Ozark. Ozark is region of Appalachia, right? They was talking about the Ozark. It was a TV show where it was like a guy who was,
He was a money launderer. Good show.
Laundering money. That area used to be the image of poverty in America. To change the image so that they can put more restrictions and pull away resources and social programs. And so what they did is they took that image, removed it, and started putting black people there.
Is this her?
And you got to cut. No. I did get the wiki article, but the wiki article gives you about the Bill Clinton in the picture and all that type stuff that includes in it. This is about where they designed the idea of a welfare queen from, and they lied in that information. But my point is that this becomes problematic. So I think it's unfair to then take something that has a very specific meaning and a very specific history, and then try to make it a generalized thing that represents everything. I think that's really disingenuous. I think that's dishonest. And maybe you didn't know why you use these terms, or maybe you didn't know why I use these terms. So it's best to investigate what these terms mean and why between a comedy show and a minstrel show, or a racist trope and a racist stereotype. Why they make these distinctions. That's all I want to say.
Before you get in there, Logic, the political scientist Franklin Gilliam has argued that the welfare queen stereotype has roots in both race and gender. While poor women of all races get blamed for their impoverished condition, African American women commit the most egregious violations of American values. This storyline taps into stereotypes about both women, uncontrolled sexuality, and African Americans, laziness. The trope of the welfare queen may be analyzed from the framework of intersectionality to better understand how race, class, gender, and other identities shape individuals and groups' privileges and disadvantages. The media's image of poverty shifted from focusing on the plight of the white Appalachian farmers and on the factory closings in the 1960s to a more racially divisive and negative image of poor blacks in urban areas. All of this, according to political scientist Martin Gillens, led to the American public dramatically overestimating the percentage of African Americans in poverty. By 1973, magazine pictures depicting welfare recipients 75% featured African Americans, when in fact African Americans made up 35% of the welfare recipients and only 12% of the U.S. population. According to the United States Census, in 2019, the share of blacks in poverty is 1.8 times greater than their share among the general population. Blacks represented 13% of the total population of the United States, but 23% of the poverty's population. Van Doom states that the media repeatedly shows a relationship between lazy, black, and poor, suggesting why some Americans are opposed to welfare programs. Okay, logic. I'm trying to give you a chance to defend yourself, but you ain't saying nothing.
Right. I mean, I've been having to communicate with my coworker and people at the office and stuff. So, but I definitely started out by saying I get your point, and I think you're making a great point when you make this distinguishment about the specific term, how these specific stereotypes were used, and to make it really simple, if that is so dangerous and so prevalent or so prevalent, then why even risk the similarities of other things that we seem to let just kind of fly under the radar for this reason or the other? If they could be so potentially dangerous, why not stand on all of that as being bad? That part is the part that doesn't make sense to me. And I can see where it might make sense to you. I'm not saying that I'm absolutely saying in a breath that I think is definitely like misplaced energy. If that's, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't describe a comedy show as racial tropes, but the negative imaging is still there. It still has, to me, a similar impact of self-image and how we view ourselves, how the world gets to view us, how we expose ourselves to the world. It's all there. So to me, it's potentially, a new version, similarly as dangerous, can still be used against us and held against us, however you want to be able to put it. It's definitely, in my opinion, right? It may not be specifically sociology, like the same exact thing, but similar enough to where if one thing makes you mad, to me, it should make perfect sense the other thing makes you mad.
My slide up here is probably to bridge the conversation that Marcus and Logic are having. This one is specifically like Hollywood. It has a history of perpetuating racial stereotypes through tropes. So even though they are different, obviously they can work in conjunction. They can operate separately. And I think to both of your points, the tropes definitely more severe, definitely more heavily impacted. But to me, I think a stereotype would seem more obvious to people, as opposed to a trope that, as Marcus said, leads to legislation. Sometimes public opinion stereotypes can lead to that too. So just to bridge their conversation, here are some popular racial tropes in Hollywood: the magical Negro, the angry Black woman, the criminal Black man, the Black best friend, the Uncle Tom foolery, and colorism. Now, to speak to what others have been speaking to, I have another slide I'm going to put up, is how and when do we deal with it? Boycotts is a way to do it. There was some talk of that. Let me find my slide. And I think we spoke to it before, that boycotting or any type of resistance against a brand or a company or a corporation, I think we should know who they are, how they operate, and how intricate they are. So if Brass could share my screen real quick. It may be a little blurry, but we get the gist, right? So say, just for instance, and this is not to negate, people wanting to boycott, but it's how we do it. And I think Brass and DQ spoke to it earlier. Overall, targeted, maybe. Can one group of people, have an effective boycott? Possibly. I think overall, if it's a organized boycott, where say maybe I can't boycott a certain product because of where I live or what's available to me or what I need to survive. And I don't mean survive as, far as life and death, but generally throughout my workday. So say just on the screen, we pick Kellogg's. Zoom down a little bit. Just say we wanted to boycott. I know it's a little blurry, but we'll just pick a brand that we may not know Kellogg's own, like Eggo waffles or something like that. Or as far as Nestle goes, people may think Nestle is just chocolate. It's not. They own bread companies. This is DiGiorno. I believe they make bread over here. And I'm sorry if it's a little blurry. Obviously, Coca-Cola owns a lot of beverage companies. So, and this is mainly beverage. We looked at the other day, and then I'll let someone else go. Corporations that own the media. It's mainly like 6 companies: Viacom, CBS, Disney, things like that. So if we're going to boycott Netflix, but watch the football game, and they're both owned by the same corporation, how effective is that going to be? So there are ways to do it. There are ramifications to negative stereotypes and tropes against us. But there's also, we have to be creative in how we deal with them, so as not to adversely affect ourselves too much, which I'm sure there has to be some sacrifice, but also other people, Black people who may be employed by these companies or actually need these companies to get through their daily life. So it's definitely intricate. Everybody's point is definitely good. And that's all I got for right now until I get my other slide.
Thank you, Hicks.
Then I'll stop sharing.
Yeah. So I gotta go back. So I'm good to get off and I'll listen in or something like that. But it just happened. I mean, Logic just did it again, where you take something specific and then go general and just assume that you're saying the same thing. Like, so there are issues that are point, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to ignore this in order for that to be validated. So I don't understand that idea that it has to be all or nothing in this conversation. You can equally be upset about one thing and cool with something else. Some people are like that, and that's okay. That's sensibilities of being a human. But with this specific thing we talking about, um, some of the comparisons that it was being made to, I just it's ignorant of history. Like it's almost like being blinded by progress so much so that you forget what it was really like the steps that were taken for that progress or for that step. Um, Everybody didn't join in. Some people didn't feel as though it was worth it. Some people felt as though it was problematic. Some people thought there were better methods. Uh, we can talk about some different perspectives, and that's fine. Um, that's cool. But in the same sense say that and then argue that you have a full understanding of what the conversation is and then make erroneous claims based off of that. If you say you understand evolution, you can't say I understand evolution and then that contradicts the basic principles of evolution, right? I'm a Christian, but I don't believe Jesus Christ. It just doesn't go together. It's like it's an inherent contradiction. I understand racist tropes, but we're talking about the Dave Chappelle show, and so that's my point. You don't have to feel as though it has any value or that it's worth it, but and you can think that it's only black people that are frustrated and angry about the show, but that's not true. And you only got to do is just do a quick Google. What is the sentiment towards this new show right now? And you will be pleasantly surprised about what majority of people, both those who have the experience in this field, those who are scientifically literate, and sociologists, psychologists, political scientists, and what they say about this show and its danger, and then question why they're
Okay.
not including other shows that you think they should.
Okay. So would you say that this particular show has the ability to reflect in legislation?
I would say that this show is a minstrel show, and just like the minstrel shows were used, this does similar things to the perception, specifically
Okay.
minstrel shows. That's what I would say.
Would you say this specific show has the ability to affect legislation? But that's been your point.
I think it. I think it has the effect of reinforcing, or at least, um, I pulled up a source last specifically that explains this stages of thing. But yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. That when these type of menstrual ideas permeate media in a way that this has or can, that is dangerous and that it changes the, or at least the perception of the majority, that where they're able to use these new paradigms to affect legislation, especially when dealing with social programs and individuals' needs. And that is not, this is not a new thing.
Hey, let me ask y'all both a question. I think somebody dropped off. Elijah dropped off. All right, so
Yeah, it
let me
was
ask y'all
me.
both a question. Let me ask you both a question. So Yvette Nicole
Wait, let me let
Brown
me
is
let me finish my little line of question right quick.
all right,
I'm
but
gonna
yeah,
be quick.
land y'all plane though, because
Okay.
I don't think everybody follows what, because I don't. Where do you stand? State your premise. Where do you stand for people
I'm
that's watching?
saying right. So okay, I'm basically saying that. So if you can use the, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm trying to be correct because I do understand the difference between a racial trope and then just regular comedy that might paint us in a bad picture. I do understand that. But so if your major point is it has the ability to affect legislature, then I would say, then what part of this show is more harm? Oh shit! Give me a second. More harmful towards the image of black people than some other form of comedy that paints us in a very similar light.
So
That's what
you
I'm getting
can,
to at the end of the day.
right,
So
right.
yeah,
So
you would call
you
this a
keep,
minstrel show, and then I would ask you a couple questions that boil down to what about this show is more dangerous than say the Chappelle show. What makes this so much more dangerous than the Chappelle show?
so that's what I mean. That means you don't know what a racial trope is. Because if you did, you wouldn't compare it to just regular comedy. Like it's a very clear thing. Like one is a racial trope.
You're not answering the question when you do that though.
I can't, because what you're saying is already flawed. Like you want me to answer. what you want me to do is explain
You
trope
you could
versus
very well
comedy.
just
One
make
mic,
it
one mic, one
clear.
mic, one mic, one mic.
Right, but listen, you want me to explain the difference between racial tropes and comedy. And I'm saying that you can't, in that sense, then say, but I know what racial tropes are. Because you start off, you understand racial tropes, and then did something that says you don't. Like, what do you want me to do? Take you through the
My
history of
question
racial
was,
tropes
so
and
okay,
explain it?
what's the difference? Could you educate me? Explain to me the monumental difference between this and the Chappelle Show.
Okay, so speak to that. What is the difference? Just speak to that specific
Okay.
point. What is the difference between a minstrel show and Dave Chappelle? Is that where you want to go? Are you sure you don't want to
Yeah,
use something else?
Actually, I want Marcus
I'm trying to
to
make it
dive.
easy for him.
Actually, if I could have Marcus dive in a little deeper, because I think he has the background, and that history. From my recollection, right, just generally, a minstrel show was performed by white people, portraying black people, and eventually, when no, yeah, go ahead.
So the minstrel show, in its origin, took characters of black people and was performed some by whites, and even black people joined in. But the difference was, it wasn't in and of itself that became the problem. The problem is the characters that they created, right, exemplified the inability of black people, if you can understand the difference. So, what black people do not have the ability to think for themselves. And then they wanted to exemplify that. They created racial trope characters to display that, right? And so they isolated black people in doing that. So a race based on scientific racism, it's based on what they use to justify the abuse to black people. That is very different than saying black people sell drugs.
And
So,
actually, to speak to the medium, right? The medium would be not necessarily to the day or decade, but stage performances, then
right,
music and
and
radio, then television, then move on into social media, sitcoms, streaming services, comedy shows. Now we have African Americans in those roles, and I think that's going to lead us to a bigger show in the future, which is how do you survive in a system that you're against, right? So let's just go back to minstrel or stage performance. Not that black people didn't have their own forms of entertainment and couldn't perform for each other, and this is probably prior to juke joints, post slavery. But to actually spread your talent and your skill, which brings us back to conversations we were having earlier, who controls the medium that all of these different aspects of entertainment or just cultural, when people want to share their culture, for it to get out across mass audiences, you have to be a part of that machine, which zooms us right forward to today. Like I think people mentioned Dave Chappelle. If people look at the numbers, Netflix are paying these comedians, and I think Monique had an issue with what she was offered, and they had some criteria that they base it off. Why we offer people this amount of money for a show. Cat Williams, I think, spoke to it also. If they're going to pay me so and so dollars per special, I'm going to keep doing specials. Whether I'm funny, whether it's material to what's going on, but that's the system right now. Streaming services. So I know I just jumped a huge span of time, but if we're talking minstrel shows, that's the portrayal of African Americans, then eventually performed by African Americans right up into today, because that's the system. And there's, you know, that's just the negative side of our culture, I think. So I think we're putting a lot of unbalanced weight on that side. And I'm not saying it's not important, but we also, you know, we should also spend time looking at how we utilize those mediums to benefit us and get our message out and our plight out also. And I know Marcus and Logic can speak to that, and Brass.
Let me ask
Yeah,
you a question.
I'm not
Let me
against.
just hold on. Let me say one thing. So real quick, what is the, so Marcus, are you saying, and then just say yes or no, and then let me ask, then I'll follow. Are you saying that this Good Time show is a minstrel show? No, right? I know you're saying it's kind of propagating a lot of the same propaganda, but you're not saying that the Good Time show is are you saying that this Good Time show is the same as a comedy show, or are you saying that it's literally doing what minstrel shows did in the 20s and 30s?
He called it a minstrel show 2 times already on this show.
Okay. I wasn't clear on that. Okay, go ahead, Logic.
So I brought up the Chappelle show because he has a character on there called Tyrone Biggums, and I'm sure we've all laughed at it. Where the episode where he goes to the classroom full of kids and he tells them what part of the city they could go to find the best drugs and who to talk to. And then they take him to jail, and he telling you how to cook it up, and he say add some cinnamon to it because people love that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to the direct question that so far I'm still trying to get answered is what's the difference between that show and the Chappelle show? If one of them is so obviously a minstrel show, what is making it so obvious to him that maybe I'm not seeing? So that's still a question I'm trying to get answered.
I don't know. Let me read this article. I think Marcus is hung up a little bit. So this Yvette Nicole Brown defends Good Times' role, and she insists that his edgy Netflix reboot lines up with her values. Yvette Nicole Brown, I think she's playing the mom or something on the show, is content to let the Good Times roll, pushing back against criticism of her involvement with Netflix's reboot of the sitcom. Dropping Friday, April 12th, the forthcoming Good Times follow-up is an animated and, as evidenced by Wednesday's trailer, a noticeably raunchier take on the 1970s classic, centered on the latest generation of the Evans family. Brown voices Beverly Evans, the wife of cab driver. Okay, great. This version of Good Times is edgier and more irreverent than the Good Times of our childhood, but it's still a show about family fighting the system and working to make things better despite where you start out in the world. That 100% lines up with my values. She similarly defended the reboot to another ex-user. It's called Good Times because it was championed by Norman Lear. He was excited to update the story and use the freedom of animation to point out what still isn't fair and equitable for Black folks. That is what we do with this show. Brown pushed back once more in another X post, telling critics of the trailer, nobody's forcing you to watch something you don't want to watch. Just don't watch. Solved. I've spent my whole life shining a light on the things that matter and calling out the systems that keep a boot on our necks. At times, I take parts in projects that do the same, even if they are irreverent or risky. Coming from me as if that's wrong is a fool's errand. So I found it kind of poignant that Marseille Martin, the girl that worked on Blackish, she's the youngest Hollywood executive. She created the Blackening. I guess that's a spinoff of Blackish. Blackish is exactly what it's exactly an interpretation or a representation of the Black family now. It's positive. I haven't watched a bunch of episodes of it, but the few episodes I watched, it was like, just a regular Black family going through things with some humor. Now, what she says about the show, her being on the show, her being a major character on the show, you don't. I don't know if you got your connection back,
Would you mind
Marcus. What
putting
do
on
you
the
say to
screen?
that? Huh? What?
I
What you
thought
say?
I was muted. My bad.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. What is she saying to that? I kind of wish we had more people to speak to it, because if you're saying that, if you believe that this is a minstrel show, Marcus, so you feel like this is representing racial tropes, then speak to what she said. She's the actual star of the show, and she's saying that they believe they're actually pushing back towards racial tropes or against racial tropes, and that she's actually showing the plight of the Black community. What do you say to that? If you can unmute Marcus, and then I'll add. You want me to add this? You want to share your screen back to the stage, Hits?
Yeah, if you could. Until Marcus gets back. Definitely want to
go
hear
ahead.
from
Go
him.
ahead, Hits.
But this show, this movie, right, is, you know, them making fun of Black movies, you know, all together. Don't be a menace to South Central. Wow, what's the full title? I don't even remember the full title. While drinking juice.
Yeah, while drinking orange juice at the stop sign in the hood.
While drinking your juice, yeah, it's so this is a play on like 5 different movies. That it depends on how those movies were received. I'm sure the people who you know, I'm from the Northeast, so someone's from the West Coast or other parts of the country that this movie portrayed, not this movie, but the original movie, like Don't Be a Menace to Society. I'm sure they may have felt different, that okay, now the country gets to see what we go through, or this is how it is where I live or where I grew up. Now this particular one, making like, this is a Hollywood thing that was done for horror movies and comedy movies like that. Again, we fall right back into that conversation where these are actors in Hollywood doing something with our movies, quote unquote, our movies or movies about us, that was done in Hollywood for other genres across the board. So these people are in it. They're in it. How do they maneuver? You know, and that brings us back to that question of medium. If you don't control the medium, and some people believe you can change things from the inside of the building better than you can from yelling at the building from the outside. So we participate in these things. Now, are these people less Black? Are they less educated? Are they less militant? Less revolutionaries? But this is a comedy by a family of people who are in show business, also comedy though. So if we stay on this movie Hollywood thing, we're going to lose out on a lot of the other parts. So we should, you know, spend some time talking about how Hollywood and comedy was used to benefit us, or, you know, spread the word of our situation, whether here in the country or just around the world. So
peace to you, Corey.
Corey,
Go
what's
ahead
up, Corey?
and jump in there.
Oh, peace to y'all, brothers. Peace to y'all.
Yes, sir.
Y'all want? Am I able to go here?
Yeah,
Right now?
go ahead. Rock out.
So I don't know if y'all done got farther along in the conversation or whatever, but I did. I watched. I wasn't even gonna watch the show, right? But I got home yesterday, and I just had to watch an episode or two, just to see what it was talking about. Now, I watched the show, and what I saw was a raunchy version. It really reminded me of Everybody Hates Chris. Everybody's familiar with that on the panel. Everybody
Yeah,
Hates Chris.
I'm familiar with the
Right.
show.
It really put me in that mindset because all it is a dad struggling, trying to keep his family together, going through this and that. You know, he driving a cab, he doing little odd jobs, and you know, whatever it takes to go against the grain, whatever it takes to keep his family together, that's what he's doing. Now, does the baby sell drugs? You know, fine. You know, you got to have something in there for it to be comical. I think that's just an exaggeration of kind of what happens in the hood. Like, come on, bro. Like, your little cousin don't sell dope, bro. You're nobody. Nobody's little cousins. Nobody's little nephew or nothing. Like, we don't. The thing is, the family shows you their values. They don't value that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not who they is. They dad want to go to work, you see what I'm saying, and earn the money the right way. You see what I'm saying? The baby tripping. You know, like, we can't control our kids. They showed how the little girl in the episode is a genius. She's smart, but she like awkward, you know, plus she overconscious. Everything is the man, and you know, everything is, you know, the white man this and that and the other. She way overconscious. Don't y'all got an uncle that's way overconscious in y'all family? Come on, man. Like, this is just an exaggeration of what we actually go through. Now, and I'm gonna land my plane here. I've seen the white people, they do it way raunchier. Tune into Adult Swim. Adult Swim is my favorite channel. If I'm not watching something on YouTube, I'm probably watching Adult Swim, right? That's the channel I put it on and I go to sleep to that channel, right? They got this cartoon called Squidbillies. Is anybody familiar with that cartoon?
Yes,
sir.
It's hilarious. Hilarious.
If them white trailer trash hillbillies can make fun of themselves like that, they can realize, yo, my cousin Jerry is a crazy ass hillbilly just like that. You know, all he want to do is shoot his shotgun. He racist as hell. You know what I'm saying? Like, they cracking up, the white people cracking up laughing because cousin Billy act just like one of them goddamn squids. And they think he's ignorant. You see what I'm saying? Just the same way we think the baby crazy in the motherfucker. You know, you know, that's all I saw. And it ain't even, mind y'all, this Good Times ain't nowhere near close to Squidbillies. If Squidbillies flipped and was in the project, y'all would blow y'all top, bro. I mean, the raunchiness of Squidbillies, bro, is crazy. Look at King of the Hill. You know, Hank, this hillbilly white boy from he's a good guy. He's a good guy, right? But he don't know nothing but propane and propane. His Dale's so stupid. He racist, right? But he don't realize that John Redcorn been banging his wife.
Indian.
And his name, and that's a racist trope. The name John Redcorn, that's a racist trope.
Wait, this man's name is John Redcorn?
He's an Indian
John
guy.
Redcorn.
Yeah,
King
that's
Hill,
banging. But listen, he's banging Dale's wife, and Dale's son is actually John Redcorn's son. The joke is Dale is such a stupid redneck that he don't realize it. He's so racist and stupid that he don't realize. He think his son is his, but it's the Indian son. But like, it's wild. Like, I'm saying, like, everybody else can look at their neighbors, their cousins, their uncles, and say, yeah, that's terrible, right? But y'all not lying. Uncle Chris is just like that, bro. Like, come on, man. And crack up laughing. So that's just all I wanted. I wanted to bring that to the table. And
it's a great point, Corey. Great point.
This point. One of the things that I said was, I don't mind listening. If somebody wants to be upset you know, me and Marcus, we go back and forth on different panels, and one of the quotes from James Baldwin is, "To be a black man and conscious in these United States is to be in a state of rage at all times." Now, I understand why people get upset. All I'm saying is if that's what you want to do, go ahead. But you're going to be furious. Just understand that that's essentially what your life is going to be, because we don't control media. We participate within it. And then when I started looking at the quotes of the show, I started looking at people defend the actors in the show, defending the show. This quote from this lady is kind of damning. This version of Good Times is edgier and more irreverent than the good times of our childhood. This is the mother on the show. But it's still a show about family, fighting the system and working to make things better despite where you start out in the world. That 100% lines up with my values. She goes on to say, I've spent
That's
my
what I
whole
got
life.
out of it. I
Yeah,
swear that's what I got out of it. Go
She
ahead,
goes
though.
on to say, I've spent my whole life shining a light on the things that matter and calling out the systems that keep a boot on our necks. At times, I take part in projects that do the same, even if they are irreverent or risky. Coming from me, if that's wrong, is a fool's errand. And then she says, nobody's forcing you to watch something that you don't want to watch. Just don't watch. Solved. And my
Hey, I want to
is,
comment on that
go ahead.
quote that you made. I just want to real quick, not to cut
Go
you
ahead.
off, but
Go
you
ahead.
made the quote about what was the guy's name that said if you want to be conscious in America, you're gonna be angry all the time.
James Baldwin.
James Baldwin, right? The crazy part is that is a part of the satirical thing. That's why the girl is overly conscious like that in the TV show. If y'all watch it, you're gonna see that quote come to fruition in the show. She overly conscious about it, like she mad about everything, bro. Like she ended up starving herself to death, almost died because of how conscious she is in one episode, bro. Funny, it was hilarious, bro. Like you can't go through life like that, and I don't know, but
to Marcus's point, right? We literally can't take everything at face value, right? And we literally can't risk not understanding where a lot of this stuff comes from and how it not only affects us, but the people who came before us. That was one of the things that motivated me to look more into Black history, not just because I'm Black. And my mom's generation, right? She was born in the 40s. They don't talk a lot. My grandmother's generation definitely, like you couldn't go in the room and ask them, hey, grandma, you know, how come so-and-so is over there, or this picture, who is this in this picture? Like they just didn't talk about a lot of things. That's why a lot of us are going through our ancestries now, trying to connect with relatives, you know, our age, because our parents and grandparents didn't talk about a lot of stuff. So that was my big toe in the water, was let me find out what was going on when my mom was a teenager, or when she was 22 or 23, or my grandmother was a teenager. So to Marcus's point, we always should, whether we say it out loud or not, attach this to points in history that negatively affected us in ways that, you know, we really can't discuss on here or understand because we literally didn't go through it. So I do agree with that. But at the same time, you know, we can do 2 and 3 things at once. We can deal with 2 and 3 things at once. But it's up to a parent to let their children know and understand. It's up to us as a society, as Black people, to make sure we don't get run over. You know, we got to fight that too at some point. But that history part of it and the effects, like through legislation, whether it's local, county, state, or federal, that is important. But we can do both, though. We can laugh at ourselves, but also understand that some of these things come from things we had nothing to do with. We weren't in ghettos because we wanted to be. You know, we don't deal with or end up in prison numerically higher than other people because we do more crime than them or worse crimes. So let's keep that in mind until Marcus comes back. So that's just my point.
Yeah. Also, I didn't see like any like the worst thing I saw was the baby was dealing drugs. I mean, other than that, like I didn't see anything like that could be even called a racist trope, really. You know what I'm saying? Like they all were like, the mom she was concerned about the way her house looked. She wanted her apartment to be better looking. Like, I mean, she was just a black mom. Like the dad, all he wanted to do is go to work, take a nap. You know what I'm saying? The kids is running around getting on his nerves. JJ painting on everything instead of goddamn doing his homework. Like, I don't know. I didn't see. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really didn't see any racist tropes, really. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, the baby, and you know what was wild? What was wild, because, you know, I'm seeing the outrage, right? But the who the little baby got into it with, right? He got into it with little baby, the baby, and baby, right? And they was see, look, see, these are the rappers. These are rappers that y'all listen to. That we didn't say. I don't know, man. It's just, the whole thing was the dope dealing part that I seen, right? Was basically a rap scene. He ended up getting into a beef with some rappers, with Lil Baby, Baby, and Da Baby. You know what I'm saying? Like that. They were guests. You know, they were guests on that episode. You know what I'm saying? And so that was the first episode. That was the very first episode. He got into a drive-by. He was selling some dope. You know, after that, you know, they don't go into all of that. You know, it's like everyday family problems. You know what I'm saying? Like the guy, the dad is a taxi driver, so he deal with motherfuckers trying to bail out on the taxi. You know what I'm saying? He had to whoop a nun. The nun whooped his ass. It was a nun that got in the car. You know what I'm saying? And she dipped out on him. He had to chase her down. You know, like this. I'm not seeing them demonstrating that we wanted to live in the project. I'm not seeing the welfare queen. I've heard people say welfare queen. This lady is not on welfare in this cartoon. Her husband got 2 jobs and she hustle on the side. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not on welfare. They're struggling. They're a black family doing what they got to do to struggle to make it, to keep their family together. You know what I'm saying? That's what I seen.
I have a question to the panel.
It's funny. It's funny. Like, I haven't watched it.
Go ahead, Logic.
Yeah, we should probably watch it before we got it. Go ahead.
The less offended I am about it, for sure. But my biggest point, I'm gonna make 2 quick points so I can go back on mute because it's kind of noisy. But like the 2 biggest points, right, is that, you know, I heard Hits mention, you know, that if about the risk, right? And I feel like if you really feel like it's that risky, then you should be mad at everything. You should be mad at Hustle and Flow. You should be mad at everything that even remotely resembles any of these tropes that you're trying to prevent from being on the big screen. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's really where my problem is. And he actually came on and went as far as to not say it's similar to a minstrel show. He says it is a minstrel show. Right. So I still want to know what his opinion is of what I'm missing that turns this particular cartoon into a minstrel show, and all the other stuff that we listen to, rap music and the black comedians that have their own version of the exact same thing as not a minstrel show. I'm still curious to that, but go ahead, Brad.
All right, so I didn't watch the original Good Times, and I'm waiting to get somebody on here that's old enough to tell me what happened with Good Times. I had an article up earlier about Good Times. Okay, so Good Times, the original show. It turns out that the original show wasn't as positive as what everybody was saying. Now, I had an issue, and my issue was very simple. I had an issue with, why would you take a show? I never watched Good Times. I'm not, ancient, but the thing about the Good Times show was, the only outrage I would say that I had was that they took a show that was supposed to represent um, black families at the time. It was a positive sentiment, and then turned it into this. But then when I did my research on Good Times, JJ couldn't read and write. And the actual mother and father, John Amos and Esther Roll, the original characters on Good Times, they left the show for the same things that we complain about with this show. Essentially, John Amos was saying that it was supposed to be a positive show, and this tends to happen with Norman Lear. Red Fox walked off, doing a little bit more research than I want to do on Norman Lear. A lot of his shows, people walk away due to treatment or different storylines. Red Fox walked off the set of his show, and John Amos thought that this was going to be a positive family in the inner city. It's actually a spinoff from another show called Maude, and then it turns out that JJ, the dynamite guy, couldn't read or write. So John Amos took a stand saying, this isn't what you presented to us, and they killed him off the show. They killed him because he was complaining too much. And then Esther Roll on the original Good Times, she complained, and they made her marry some guy from Arizona and kicked her off the show. So the show only went 6 seasons, but the original show, while some of the episodes may be positive, the main character, JJ Walker, couldn't read or write. So now I got a question as to if this particular Good Times is like it's not like they're making this version of the Cosby Show with the Huxtables and the lawyer, and they're making the father a drug dealer now, and he was a doctor and all of that. They switching it up. But in this particular case, the actual main character, JJ Walker, it's not like he was like some kind of good Samaritan or what they was trying to do. So now that kind of threw me for a loop, because I thought that was really the only leg they could stand on. They destroyed a positive show. But in actuality, there was a lot of negative tropes in there. There was child abuse in it. I think I didn't even know Janet Jackson was on the show, but she got burnt by an iron. The mother wasn't there. It was a lot of stuff going on. So I think that we need to kind of be cautious, because the original Good Times wasn't that positive. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I'm speaking from what I read on the internet. I really wish I had somebody that actually watched the show to explain that to me. But if he couldn't read or write, let's not paint that original show as though it was.
And in this one, he can read and write. It's just that he has a hard time focusing. He always want to do art and shit. So go art. Go ahead.
Okay, let's and again, this is where historical context like helps, right? This show is mid-70s, I'm thinking, right? So what's going on in the 70s? Just overall, you got post Vietnam War, women's rights, gay rights, and I'm reading this online, so don't think I'm off the top of the head with it. Watergate scandal, Iranian Revolution, oil crisis, the end of the civil rights movement, issues at the Olympics. So as far as the show supposing to be positive, only people who would know that, I would think, is the people who wrote it. And even if I saw reruns, which if in 75, I was 6 years old. So I doubt I was watching Good Times at 6. I probably saw the reruns later in the 70s. But like the information we have about the show now is not the information people had then. Probably then we had 13 channels on the TV. Maybe 20 channels on the TV. It's hard to say if something was supposed to be positive. I live in the Northeast. I live outside of New York City. So our projects are not towers, even though we have one here where I live. That's not common. So to watch this show, and I think I spoke to, Sosa a while ago about, depending on what part of the country you're in, the projects mean different things. So by them being in a project tower that I, later on found, we didn't even know it was Cabrini Green at that age. We had no idea what Cabrini Green was. To me, it looked like the Bronx. But so I could not relate to what was going on in there. So everybody who's looking at this is not looking at it as the same. I didn't grow up with my dad. The fact that they had a dad, damn the projects, I might have been mad at that. Like all, what's going on in their life, at least they got their father and their mother there. As I got older, I used to tell my friends, I see about 1, 2, 3, 4 incomes walking around that house. Potential incomes. Why are they in the projects? You got a mom, a dad, two working age kids at least. Why are they in the projects? So everyone might have looked at it different. But to know what was going on off air, we wasn't reading newspapers at that age. Now, my mom was, came in the room and said, oh, we can't watch that. Why? Well, they're having contract disputes. And my mom wasn't worried about that shit. It was something on TV to make people laugh and some people relate to. So context is always important about who we're talking about, what we're talking about, and when we're talking about it. That's mid 70s, reruns into, say, the early 80s. So keep that in mind frame. And again, these are new TV shows. More black people on TV. Ain't that what we wanted? More black people, on top of the music charts. Ain't that what we wanted? More black people in nice cars. Ain't that what we, not that this show was it, but in that time frame. So some stuff I could relate to. Some things I definitely couldn't relate to. So it depends on who you ask. So I think Brass is right by trying to get, older people's take on it. But we did not have that information. Even our parents didn't have that information. There was contract disputes and they didn't like the way the show was going and the network said this. No one's reading that shit. Go ahead.
DQ. I see you back, baby.
Oh yeah. I've been back for a minute. I've just been listening in the back. I just turned my camera on. Well, yeah, I'm loving how all this has been broken down, and we're getting to the nuts and bolts of it. But I really love everybody's perspective. I told you how I feel about it. I just look at it, it's just a show right now. I'm pretty sure there is a message, and I can't take a full overview without actually watching it. So yeah, I got to do my due diligence, go ahead and watch it and see what I can take from it. But I know I'm not about to be outraged, ready to boycott some shit.
Yeah, I think when we start talking about boycotting, Netflix, I want to be clear. I've watched a lot of positive, good stuff on Netflix. And one of the challenges that I would have is the story of the Central Park 5, the 13th Amendment. I'm basing one of the shows that I'm doing next week while we're still slaves on that show. I'm basing, I want to eventually do something on the Central Park 5 because I know one of those guys. I've done business with him. I want to bring him onto the channel to speak. Like I'm not going to throw out the whole outlet. I mean, there's a lot of places where I would start. I just wouldn't start at Netflix. And then there's another thing about entertainment in Hollywood I want to address too. All publicity is good publicity. And I know that sounds crazy. It's to people that don't understand how that works. As long as people are talking about the show, trust me, these people are happy. I kid you not. As long as they are watching the show, people are happy. They're elated. They love the fact that the whole world is talking about boycotting something on Netflix. Netflix is happy. The producers of the show are happy because you have to fight for DMX once said a long time ago, I still rap the same. My music still sounds the same, but I don't have the ears. People aren't listening anymore. And it's the fight for ears, it's the fight for views, it's the fight for clicks. They try to figure out what's gonna blow up on social media.
Attention.
I remember that girl with
attention.
the pink sauce. Remember that girl that made the pink sauce a long time ago? And she was like, you know, y'all think that y'all saying that my sauce is spoiled and I make it in my kitchen is bad, but because y'all spread it all over social media, I sold out of my entire 2-year supply in 30 days. Social media, you know, I'm not as old as Hits is. I think he'll be 60 or 70 this year. One of them two.
You know what? You ain't gonna make another year if you keep that up. This is old as you gonna be. This old as you. but go ahead.
But I think I'm old enough to remember that there was a time when something happened at 4 o'clock on a Wednesday, the world per se didn't find out till the next day. And this is one of those challenges with social media once again. There's a danger in something happened at 4 o'clock and the whole world finding out at 4:02, 4:01, sometimes finding out at 4 o'clock, and they just get completely furious. They make snap statements on headlines on social media, headlines on Twitter and Facebook and all of that kind of stuff. Before I would surmise to say, I'm gonna make a crazy statement. I'm gonna let y'all jump back in. Y'all can jump back in.
And I think in future shows,
Damn.
we'll be talking about the technology, right?
Yeah.
Because what happened throughout the different technological revolutions, right? Whether the public was aware or ready or not, certain people capitalized on it. So like social media it's the same thing. And that's why, you know, being aware of these tools and using them, you're not going to be number one. You know, you can't be. Who used to say that? Ric Flair can't be first, but you can always be next, right? Whether you're an entrepreneur, or you're trying to understand what's going on around you, because regardless if we're ready or if we understand things or not, people are taking advantages of them. So the AI revolution, which is one of the newer ones, the tech companies are even having trouble trying to control it. Where it's going to go, how it's going to end, aim the narrative, you know, and create the proper stories around it. Governments are using it. So it's the same thing with media. If you don't know what's going on behind the scenes, which most of us don't, whether it's music, TV, or this cartoon, and full disclosure, I didn't watch it because just the image looks like a Black Family Guy to me. And was no one child ever more evil than Stewie Griffin? He had a whole arsenal in his room. Did you say
evil?
Evil. Stewie Griffin, straight, yo, he had an arsenal. Keeps an arsenal behind his closet wall, you know, to destroy the world, to kill his mom, to go to it's so media again. We can have input on it. We need to know about it. We need to be involved in it. Can we control it? That's the difficult part. How can you control the narrative? You can control your narrative, like YouTube, right? You can name your channel a certain thing. You can have certain topics, the titles, descriptions, anything that fits in the analytics or algorithms. But if there's something else going on that, say, the BBC News wants you to see, we're going to see that first. Your information will get suppressed. So just when we think we got a handle on something, there's still larger entities. And I think Sosa wrote, all publicity is good publicity. Hold on, let me read it. All publicity is good publicity. Somebody called Ja Rule and asked what he thinks. Where's Ja? Now, maybe for him as an individual, It's not, and I don't even know what you're referring to, but any publicity, and I think what Brass is talking about, can be capitalized on. And one,
Oh yeah.
it takes your attention. Remember, there's 24 hours in a day. How many of us are looking at a screen on our phone, say 10 hours total, which is a lot. I don't think we all are, but just say it's 10 hours. That's only so much consumption. So if you can get a sliver of that, for whatever reason, and his name is going to be in an algorithm somewhere. That's all generates ad revenue for marketing agencies, promotion agencies. It makes him have the ability to do business, unless he's doing something egregious, but it will give him that leverage to do business because his name is in the ether for whatever reason. Again, minus the egregious part of it. So I think that's kind of what Brass means by any publicity is good publicity, because it can be used by people who know way more about marketing and promotion and how to monetize things than we do. This is not financial, legal, or any type of advice, or health advice. Go ahead, Brass.
Yeah, I think that I would suffice to say people just want to get engagement. Companies pay trillions of dollars just to get engagement. So people have been talking about good times. I think that trailer came out in the middle of March. We're in the middle of April. So they've been talking about it for a month, whether it's a scandal, whether it's positive, whether it's negative. They've been talking about it for a while. So I think that, their job is done. I don't think that it's going to get canceled. I don't think it's going to get pulled off. I can understand where Marcus is coming from. Let me put that out. I can understand where Marcus is coming from. I just can't pick this show as the thing that I'm about to set my platform on. As far as, what? I don't care about Sexy Red. I don't care about blacks in prisons. I don't care about Israel and Iran. I'm setting up a bus to boycott this cartoon on Netflix. I don't know. I think if you want to go do that, knock yourself out. I'm just speaking about, for me, every person's protest is a personal protest. Every person's opinion is a personal opinion. So I wouldn't knock you for doing that. I'm just a little intrigued as to why, out of all the things that are going on, this particular thing is going on. Now, Cuban, you keep saying YouTube should be boycotted. I need to know why. That's all I'm gonna say. You keep saying it.
So you have to boycott Google then, right?
Yeah, because you have
to boycott Gmail.
That's
you have
the
to boycott
Gmail point. We were just talking about. Listen, yeah, this is brass tacks now. Every single that was very timely. Whoever put that in there, because this is when I get on my soapbox for half a second. Every
He's
single
lying.
time.
He means half an hour. He means half
brass
hour.
tacks. Brass tacks. I just need about 30 seconds.
30,
we were
30.
just sympathizing with Taraji P. Henson for not getting opportunities for Black women in media. So now, as hard as it is for to get into media, we're about to try to boycott a show with a full Black cast with 2 Black women. And they are saying, now here's the thing, Yvette Brown and Marsai Martin. Marsai Martin is the youngest Hollywood executive in the industry, white or Black, when she first dropped. She was on Black-ish, created The Blackening. Yvette Brown, the mother on the show, says it's 100% in line with her values. They're fighting against, I'll pull the quote back up in a little while, but she believes that it's positive. So now we're about to boycott that. Now, when you boycott Netflix, now you're boycotting how many Black females who were trying to get into the industry? See what I'm saying? So now when you have this outrage over things, and this is where they cut Hits off the other day, but I'm going to reiterate his point. Do you know how much stuff you'd have to boycott if you boycott Netflix? T-Mobile gives you Netflix for free. You going to boycott that? Steph Curry is the executive producer of the show. You going to boycott the NBA? I'm like what? Where does it end? And I understand protesting and marching is effective, but like, miss me with that. I am with her. I'm with Yvette Brown, the mother on the show. If you want to do that, if you don't like the show, don't watch it. And if you want to protest, I'm gonna give you an effective protest. Create content that you want to see. People talk about Black Egypt. Oh, all they do is make Black Egypt shows, Black Egypt shows, Black Egypt shows. Create a channel and make your own show. That's all you got to do. You don't have to complain about what other people are doing all the time. Do the other thing. That's a form of protest. And then also with protest, there's silent protest. They didn't even 20 more seconds, I'll land my plane. The original Good Times had issues. Forget the cartoon. The original Good Times had issues. JJ couldn't read or write. John Amos complained about that show and wanted things changed because it was supposed to be positive. And he said, why you got this kid who can't read or write and all y'all doing is celebrating him saying dynamite? And then they killed him off the show for that. And then Esther Roll, they made her marry some guy in Arizona because she started complaining. You want to know what you need to maybe focus on? Owning the content. Creating good content. Do that. And then I'll listen to whatever you're talking about. I'm off my soapbox. Brass tax is done.
So,
No, that brings us to the information part of it, right? There are things we can do. We have done it since the ship's landed here, right? We have been creative and have fought. That's why it's for us. It always should be a double-edged sword. We have to live in this environment, but we also can affect it too. It should make us more creative on how to deal with these issues, how to use the tools that they use. That's open for everyone now. Like literally, the phone in your pocket gives you access to the world. I don't even know why they still call them phones. They're not phones. Most of us don't talk on the phone like that. It's not a phone. It's a computer. It's access to the world. And it's harder and harder for major corporations to restrict access to the average person. But at the same time, where you maybe, you can drink a glass of water, you can't drink from a fire hydrant. So how we use the information that's available. If we overconsume it, it's not going to do us any good. If we underconsume it, it's not going to do us any good. But if we use it in relation to our situation, which is always, has been our situation since we've been here, we can make a change. So things are, we can accomplish things using the same tools and methods and platforms that they use. I got a slide I'm going to show. Go ahead, Brad, share the slide.
Okay.
Oh, he's back. There he is.
Can we please let Marcus detail or explain why it's a minstrel show? Can we please hear that?
So
one second, Mark. I just want to go over the screen again. And these slides are important because they show you the connections that companies have, that we see, that we hear, that we engage with, that we share our own content and information on. These are all connected. So we have to be intricate and as detailed and as effective as they are. But it comes with a lot of knowledge, but it is doable. So there is room for us, to make way no matter what, like we've always done. Go ahead, Marcus.
I'm trying to get you on the conversation, Marcus, but you're making it difficult.
No, it's just connection.
But
go ahead, Logic.
Go ahead, Logic, if you want to say something.
I mean, I've definitely, to compare this show to the minstrel show of Jim Crow. I'm not sure, how familiar are y'all? Are y'all even seen a little clip of the minstrel show Jim Crow? Do y'all even know? Like, do y'all get a mental picture of what that is when somebody says it?
I just had it up not too long ago. I'll put it back up.
Okay, that might have been one of the times. Yeah, it's
Crazy. I'm about to say it's so crazy when people say minstrel show. I think it's a good the album by Little Brother, but they album was a play on a real physical minstrel show. So
Fonte, Ninth Wonder.
Yep.
Watch.
Big Pooh, Fonte, Night Wonder, yes sir.
Facts. And I think that statement was even, you know, a thumb, you know, to the industry. Mm-hmm. So it's I empathize with artists, performers who you know have to work within those confines, but still be themselves and try to put the best foot forward for all of us. That's it's tough. That what else can we do? We can't make a new internet. We can't make new communication channels. You know, it's even if you do. So is it better to fix it from within the system or be on the outside of it and try to fix it from that? So we're always in that dilemma. Always.
Go ahead, Logic.
I'll get Marcus back.
Yeah, I want to hear from Marcus because
I mean we can wait on Marcus, but
we gotta wait on Marcus, yo. But I'm almost at a loss of words, right? Because when I hear that as a comparison, yes, I'm trying to like really sympathize to what he's saying, and I do get what he's saying, but when I take it literally, right, I feel like it's not even a good comparison, right? Right. I asked him a question to intentionally trip him up. I said, you know, you keep bringing up policy, and I asked him, you know, does this show have the ability to affect some policy? Didn't really get a straight answer. Asked him a couple times about how would this be a minstrel show and the Chappelle show wouldn't. Didn't really get a straight answer. So I'm really like I'm anxious to at least hear what he means when he says that, right? Because when I would have to hear him say it, and what I think he's meaning is that it's like the most horrible thing for Black people, right? That it's almost as if you can't paint them in an uglier light, right? This is possibly another group of people's really like, you know, downplaying or poking fun at some of our actual realities that we actually go on, right? And then so when I compare that to what rappers do, when I compare that to what comedians do, when I compare that to what a lot of movies do, is that they actually kind of do embellish a little bit of what some of our actual realities are. And part of that is just self-deprecation, right? Like if you're not really able to laugh at yourself and take yourself too serious, right? Then it's going to be hard for you to kind of like, I don't want to say it like that, but I know it's a great way to actually allow people to see you see you at your best and at your worst at times, right? The fact that you don't take yourself so serious that, you know, even if you mess up here and there, that it can't be funny. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like at that point, you're not even human no more. We all kind of have some, you know, we can, like Corey was saying, like a lot of that stuff is relatable, and that's why it's funny. It's not completely offensive because it's totally unrelatable. There's some relatability there, right? There's some actual reality there that might not necessarily be enjoyable for us to express to the rest of the world. I'm trying to figure out a way to clean that up, but yeah, express it to the rest of the world. And, you know, we might have some more changing to do within our own community and culture, but that's still miles away from a minstrel show. Miles away. Like I almost want to say from the sun to the earth, but at least from the moon to the earth, it's miles away. To me,
I think y'all take like everything like super literal sometimes, but what's wrong with picking a specific fight, right? If one person wants to and I'm not talking about Marcus, anyone wants to take on a specific boycott or a specific fight, that's what that. Oh, who we got? Somebody here? Is he here? No, I think we don't have Marcus. But there's nothing wrong with picking a specific fight or making a direct correlation. Now, whether you agree with the correlation or not, whether the minstrel show or not, that's different. But if that's his take on it, like we can at least understand that. Not even in the least. Like we can be offended by certain things individually, or make enough, stink about it that as a group we're offended. So we can do both, is what I'm saying. It's not going to be an either or, like we let this go or we boycott everything. It's impossible, I think, to boycott everything. Almost impossible.
Right. I would,
and that's just being extreme. That's all I'm saying. It
is being extreme.
On one end
I get what you're saying, but I'm saying to find this show offensive, the big question then still arises, like, where would it stop? Right? Like when was the line actually crossed? Was it Sexy Red? Was it Nicki Minaj? Was it NWA when they was talking about the streets? Like when was it that we overlooked it and it started getting worse? You get what I'm saying?
Okay, hold on.
Like,
okay, I got you. We got that. I want to let hold on. I want to let Corey say something, Sosa say something, and then if your connection is on, then I'll let you get in there. Because I saw Corey unmuted for a second, and if not, Sosa, and then Marcus, I'm gonna let you get on. Pause.
Yeah, is my connection good? I don't
you good now.
You good, brother.
Ask a question, like to anybody really, like that actually had that thought the show was not good. Like, what was the thing like the thing that you saw that was like, you know what? Nah, I can't do it. Like, what was that? Question to anybody, I don't care who it is.
That would be Marcus or Sosa. So go ahead, Marcus or Sosa.
We'll see if Marcus got his connection straight and let him go.
I don't know. His connection is a little crazy. Go ahead, Sosa.
I mean, it's basically was the overall portrayal of the black family. You get the cockroaches in the house singing to the music and rats. The overall ignorance of the mother. The father goes to needs some emergency money, and the mother takes the emergency money and spends it on spicing up the house so she can win a trophy for some home TV award show for get like a trophy. The Star Star show with a drug dealing baby kicked out of the house, selling drugs, shooting guns, whatnot. The lazy dim-witted, the bombastic show, the bombastic dim-witted father.
Is the actual question, Sosa, what was positive? Is that easier? Is it easier to say what was positive?
Scene where some of the things. That's the first episode. So good.
Yo, these talks are gonna end up and I'm telling you, with people like Marcus and Logic and Sosa on the panel.
Marcus Mike is coming better. I think Marcus Mike is in.
And
yeah.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
So I was listening. This is all my fault, really, because what happened was I had a different Bluetooth in my pocket, and it kept jumping between Bluetooth. So that's my fault. So I took one of them out and put them in another location. I can't even really credit Logic for anything because he just admitted he hasn't even seen the show. So I don't know how he gonna argue what the show do and don't do if he ain't even seen it.
That's a good point.
That's the basic fact.
That's a damn
you can't question me. You can't question me
on
why I'm
job of discrediting me. Can you tell us how it's a minstrel show?
Oh no. Listen. I didn't discredit you. I'm just saying
Let him
that
cook, Logic.
it's a funny thing that you're arguing against something that you haven't even seen. Like you want me to justify how I feel about seeing it based on something you haven't seen. As far as me calling it a minstrel, it's actually articles written by it about it being a minstrel. I didn't pull that word out of nowhere. It's actually in the conversation. They call it a modern day minstrel show. That's what they're calling it. As far as what the actresses said, and some of the writers, they brought that point up yesterday, and I was very clear on that point too. They not experts. They don't represent our political ideology. They're individuals. If a sociologist came on who studies this very same thing and he says, hey, this is a problem, I'm more likely to listen to him than I am to an actress. That's just it. I told them yesterday, I don't give a rat's behind how they feel about it. I go by what the experts, the people who actually look into this thing. As far as the Good Times part being a Good Times show, it wasn't even pitched as a runoff or a sequel to Good Times. That was a marketing decision by Netflix itself. And when they went and did it, and it went to the NAACP, the NAACP said, "Hey, we got our eye on this. Don't do this minstrel nonsense." And there's actually a conversation about that between the NAACP and Netflix when they made this connection, in which it wasn't originally intended to be by the writers. So there's a lot of back history about it. And you are right. James and John Amos and Esther Roll protested what they started doing in Good Times. That's what happened. It ain't that, oh, they just killed him off. They protested. They like, wait a minute, y'all changing this into something that we not going to support that, because the image and the ideas that it promotes goes against what we're trying to build in our communities. And they killed John Amos off of that. They had to fight to even get a father in the daggone show itself, because they tried to not even have a black father in the house. And then you come around and you add to that same ideology. You didn't build the best parts of the show. You took the worst parts of the show and exemplified it. So I just have a different opinion. You don't have to agree with how I feel about it. But what's really going on is you're ridiculing people who are upset about it, including the experts, based on how you feel about something. I feel it should be this way. It's my opinion it should be that way. I think it's this way. No, go research it. Go see why those who study this type thing is mad.
Too far over there, right?
No, hold on.
Go to tell me how it is a mental show.
Go research. You just learned about mental shows yesterday. Go see what they're saying. They're experts who have already made this connection. You don't got to agree with it, but don't argue about something that you have no knowledge about. There's a reason why I brought up the words I used. There's a reason why I said about the welfare queen. There were ideas that were promoted at that time that this show is definitely in line with. There's reasons why people are saying that. There's reasons why there was kickback and pushback against them, that the actors had to make that statement. There's a reason why she had to say, this is why I did it and this is what my intentions was. Because people already said, wait a minute, y'all tripping right now. And y'all may not understand or see that it may not be significant to you, but it's significant to some people. And you got to respect that. I didn't think the Hebrew movie that Kyrie Irving talked about was that daggone bad. But when them truths came out about it, they were very clear. We're not going to let this go. We're not doing that now. We're not with that at all. And they had a right to do that because these type things affected their lives. These racist tropes affected their lives. Not any type of stereotype, specifically these racist tropes.
See, that's why I feel like you are now generalizing it, right? So then when you leave
I'm not
there,
making.
I feel like.
See, listen.
Hold up, I'll let you.
You feel something, Logic. Listen, no, listen. You feel something. Go read the experts who said it. I'm not going to keep going back and
I'm
forth
going
with
to
you
be
about your feelings
sure. You know,
versus what the experts say.
all I'm saying is if that's what your problem is, what it is, then what makes it different from other comedy and rap music? Those are
Yeah,
those
yeah.
are three questions that I
That's why he's telling you to go
keep
research it so you can see
Go
the
read
difference,
the
bro. You gotta go
experts.
to
That's what I'm
research.
telling you. You don't know. So go read what the experts are saying, Logic. You're arguing with me as if there aren't experts who are telling you the same daggone thing. Now, either you agree with the experts or you don't. That's fine. But don't keep sitting here saying, I'm making it up or I don't understand or it's hypocrisy and all this other
I
stuff
didn't
when
say
you
you was
haven't
making it
even
up.
you did.
I
You
just
said it
asked
was
you to
hypocrisy.
explain.
You
I
called it
didn't say you
fake
was making up
outrage.
anything.
You said it's
Yeah,
fake
that's my
outrage. And I
opinion.
right. So I'm telling you, go ask the experts. Go read about it. That's
You
what I'm
still not gonna
saying.
tell me how it's different from rap music and other forms of
You don't because why? Listen, Logic. It would take me hours to explain to you the difference
It
between
took hours
racist
yesterday.
tropes and stereotypes, and I did it, and I went over it over and over and over again. And you ridiculed and laughed and made a joke about it, talking about you don't understand. So since I can't put it into words for you to get it, I'm telling you go ask the experts.
I didn't say I didn't understand. I said when
You
you
got
explain it, I don't see the difference between comedy and rap music. That's what I
Right, you don't
said.
understand. Right,
That's
you
still
don't
and
what
that
I'm
means you
understand.
saying.
don't understand. That's exactly what I'm telling you. The fact that you don't know the difference between racist tropes and comedy says you don't understand. And I can't give you the information you need. I am incapable of explaining to you enough detail
Well,
for you to understand the difference
all right. Can we?
between that. So I'm saying go to the experts.
Uh,
Marcus, let me let
Go to
Sosa.
the
Let me let
experts.
Sosa get in there, Marcus. Let me
go
let
ahead,
Sosa
Sosa.
get
Still didn't explain it.
it. I am incapable is a bar.
That's pretty clear. Yeah,
I
look,
am
listen.
incapable.
We did this for about 6 hours yesterday, and probably about 2 hours of the Discord. And I kind of said I had my feel of it because we keep coming across the same stumbling block, and the conversation keeps going circular. Because when we try to explain what it is, then we get the extreme. Right? We should work all negative images, any type of negative thing, like as if one is saying that would mean that nobody can tell a story that's based in reality because everybody went through some negative things. The question should be: could there be a Jewish show like this? And if the answer is no, then why not? And if the answer is also no, then why us? I think that's more pertinent to for me.
That's an
No,
easy
I
answer,
mean,
though.
no. The
So.
answer is no. There wouldn't be no Jewish show like that. They wouldn't even let that shit fly. And when the Jewish community steps up, no, we don't jump in and go, "Yo, y'all tripping, bro. It's just comedy." Nobody says shit. They handle their business. That shit gets wrapped up. You know what I'm saying? They'll take $1 billion from Kanye for saying some dumb shit. They shut it down, bro. Simple.
Now,
You know what I'm saying?
to what Marcus was saying, right? Sociology. If you can share my screen real quick.
Sociology and
Brass, right?
psychology.
It's While I was listening to Sosa describe the show, because again, disclosure, I haven't watched it. I'm not watching another raunchy cartoon. I Family Guy and all that is enough for me, right?
That's a good question, Desmond. Go ahead. I'm
I,
sorry.
I was laughing at the way Sosa was describing it. So I looked up, like, from the sociology standpoint, why would I find that funny? Him talking about roaches or the dad, or when Corey was saying the dad is doing this, but the baby's running around acting like a fool. So there's reasons why we find certain things funny, whether it's used against us or not. But if we find something funny and entertaining, someone's going to sell it to us. We're going to sell it to each other. We're going to perform it. We're going to sell it. We're going to market it. We're going to promote it. So some of the things, why is that funny? In the first sentence in here, without going into the complete abstract, right? Most humor and laughter imply a social relationship, a connection between self and other. And I'm sure that can go for a lot of different aspects, but just from the humor standpoint, because I can relate to say, I ain't gonna say roaches because we didn't have roaches like that, but people in certain instances where someone from the outside may look at that and go, that's tragic. That's horrible. That's disturbing. But someone else will laugh at it. So why is it funny? Why would a comedian perform it? Why would it be in a sitcom? Why would it even attempt to be funny? Or have to be put in that medium? And then hold on, then 1 second thing for Sosa, not Sosa, Logic and Marcus. We can do both. We can't be mad at every instance of something that degrades Black people. We can. As a group, maybe not. But as individuals, we can. There's nothing wrong with that. Does that mean, okay, I'm shutting off Netflix, Google, Facebook, everything? No, because again, we won't be able to function in the society that we're in. But we can. There's nothing wrong with that. And you can choose a single battle or two, whatever makes you feel better. But you can be appalled at every instance that makes Black people look a certain way, whether it's us doing it or someone else doing it. There's nothing wrong with that. How we deal with it is always going to be, up for conversation. Go ahead, Sos.
I'm saying, have you ever heard a racist white person tell you like a racist Black joke before that you found funny?
If we say in the realm of comedy,
yes.
No, just
yes.
Right. And it's humor. You'd be like, yo, that shit, but you like, yo, that shit's highly offensive. Right? Even though you laugh, you're like, yo, that shit funny, but that shit's offensive as hell. You know what I'm saying? So, shit can be funny,
yes,
and extremely offensive, right? So my thing is, I remember when people was boycotting for like the Black Lives Matter movement, right? And it's like, I may not see a need to do that myself, right? I did though, right? But even though I don't see the need myself, I'm not going to attack those that do. You know what I'm saying? I would just focus my interest on other things that I feel are more pertinent, right? And then somebody come along and look at what they're doing and look at what I'm doing and say, you know what, both y'all are foolish, right? And then they should pursue their interests, you know what I'm saying? And do, so we can do multiple things at the same time and chew gum and walk at the same time. Instead of saying, well, we can't do that. I don't agree with that, so that's stupid. Let's not do that. Right? You can boycott Netflix if that's what you so choose. You can watch the video. If you don't like it, Netflix has a rating. You can go and thumb it down. Same thing. You know what I'm saying? You can take
and you know how governments win a lot of time in businesses? By the time you realize, not you, but a group, a consumer realizes the actual product that they're consuming and how damaging it is or was, it's kind of too late. Businesses operate that way, not all of them. Governments operate that way, not all of them. But it is like Marcus is saying, constantly used against us. It's used against people, general people. It's a class system, like Cuban always says. There's a class system here too. So there's nothing wrong with recognizing that and say, hey, that's bullshit. It was funny, but that's bullshit. Y'all got to chill. And a lot of times it's going to come nowadays. It's going to come from us. You got comedians that are Asian making fun of Asians. Look at Joe Coy. He talk about his mother half of the damn show.
Yeah, no issue.
Half of all the show, his own mom.
Not an issue.
You got, but you got, and these different groups are finding ways in media. They're parroting what works, rather for their own personal benefit or what they think benefits their culture. Like, look, we can laugh at ourselves. Look, there's enough comedy in Asian culture.
That's not fair.
What? What's that?
It's like Brass, and I know you're familiar with this. In the Jay-Z, I can't remember the album. And he made a very small comment about Jews.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yep. Uh-huh.
Remember how much backlash he got for that simple little line?
They were gonna pull the album.
And what he said?
They were gonna pull the entire album.
What was the line?
Someone wrote yesterday. Someone mentioned the other day that Seinfeld had a clip which we all know, the soup Nazi. The soup Nazi. And Seinfeld is Jewish, I'm sure. Right? So in when you have groups that when you have old agencies, which we're supposed to have, right? NAACP, all of these other agencies that are supposed to put pressure, because that's what works, not anger. It starts with that, but if it doesn't see full fruition to change policy, to get shit removed off TV, from print, from social media, it's not going to happen. And that's the part that we keep, we don't talk about, is that Jewish people can do it because they attack it from a lot of different aspects. It ain't just, oh, you said something about a small hat. Oh, it's on. No. Through legislation, there are people in these industries. Now, if we got people in all these places and there's no button to hit that, okay, y'all need to move on that. Money money stops getting sent here. We're going to pull out of this industry. We're going to do this, that. It's ineffective.
Yeah, that's
so
it's
super ineffective. Go ahead.
The line was the Anti-Defamation League, a leading Jewish organization dedicated to fighting anti-Semitism. I'm going to speak to that point after Sosa go. Says they are concerned about the implications of a lyric on Jay-Z's new 444 song. Great album. The story of OJ. Rest in peace. On the track, the rapper rhymes, you want to know what's more important than throwing away money at a strip club? Credit. You ever wonder why Jewish people own all the property in America? That's how they did it.
Go ahead. That one line. Go ahead. You can finish. Go ahead. You can see a piece of that. That one line.
They're gonna pull the whole album. I remember that. And you know what's even worse? I remember when I first heard the line, I was like, well, you might as well start the clock. Because they don't play, bro. But see, this again, and this is where, and Sosa, I love how you kept pointing out Chef's point, that black people will let you down. Because we have an anti-defamation league for us, but it's useless. And I'm saying, and that's just how I feel. There's no fear. There's some fear, but no real fear. Like the Anti-Defamation League, when they come for you, just apologize. Any PR company in the world, as soon as they say the Anti-Defamation League sent you a letter, just be ready to apologize and relax for about 6 months. When the NAACP writes a letter, it's like, okay, we're going to speak to it. We get to it when we get to it. And so they have some power. But my point is, this is why I say, create the content you want to see. Or when y'all talk about politics, there's a reason why these things can be pulled. It's not because of Jewish people. It's not because of the Anti-Defamation League. Do you understand the PACs that these people run? The amount of money that they lobby to the U.S. government yearly? And for how long? Do you understand the control they have over media and social media? The head of Twitter, Facebook, of social media. I mean, they literally control all forms of media, and that's why I don't understand. I understand everybody. I agree with you, Hits. Everybody can feel how they want to feel, but you keep complaining about these other people's mediums that they own. That would be like me. I feel like it's almost like you go into Popeyes and say, I hate the way y'all fry chicken, but give me a 4-piece. Like it's the stupidest thing in the world. Like, create your own media. But see, here's the thing. Every time we create our own media, we don't support it. Now, I'm not the biggest Diddy fan. Well, I will say, but I mean, he's wild right now. He's not. I'm one of them. Right?
One of them.
Look, they don't watch Revolt just because they don't support Revolt like that. When black, we didn't know that Viacom owned BET, but when we thought that it was black, we spent half our time. Most people don't know that BET is owned by a Jewish company, Viacom. But here's the problem. All we do is tease BET. They can't get this right. This is stupid. The BET Awards is this, another. So what I'm saying is, if y'all want some more control in media, create your own media. The OWN network. They got on Oprah a few years ago about all you do is cooking shows and home network stuff. You don't watch anything else on her channel. So this is what I mean by the fake outrage. There is a certain level of bossing up. Put your money where your mouth is. Don't just say, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Now, I'm not boycotting anything. Because on Netflix, I'm not boycotting Netflix for one show when I done learned and watched 1,000, not 1,000, maybe 20, 30 other shows that were very helpful. That Central Park 5 show was helpful. I knew about it, but I didn't know about it to that extent.
I've seen a lot of great things on Netflix.
Yeah. I'm basing one of my shows next week is Why We're Still Slaves. It's based on the 13th Amendment, the show that's on Netflix right now. So, you know, I'm off my soapbox about it.
I've seen it. Great show.
Yeah, it's an amazing show.
Will Smith. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
It's an amazing show.
I mean, you can watch the video, good time video, and just thumbs down it if you don't like it.
Yeah. I don't.
I want to read that last paragraph though, because it speaks into what Marcus was hitting at, right? It says, the organization, however, finds the particular lyric problematic. The lyric does seem to play into a deep-seated anti-Semitic stereotypes about Jews and money. The idea that Jews own all the property in this country have used credit to financially get ahead are idiots and false, yet such notions have lingered in society for decades, and we are concerned that this lyric could feed into preconceived notions about Jews and alleged Jewish control of banks and finances. Because they are aware of the stereotypes and they fear that this thing will perpetuate that. And that's really all me and Marcus are saying when it comes to certain things. That's that same type of thing. That's all it's saying.
And I actually gave them this is the thing. I clearly said which trope it is referencing, which one it is. Like, you can't even get any more specific than that. Like I said, go read what they did with the welfare queen. Just read what that trope is. It's not just about welfare. You got to read what they associated with what that meant. Just read it and then go and say, dang, that show doing the exact same thing. And that's all we saying. And the fact that it's an animated cartoon puts it in what they call ministries. That's why it's considered a minstrel, because of the platform it's using. That's it. It ain't a lot more to it. Like listen, it's so crazy, right? When you read the actual wiki page about the black about the welfare queen, it literally goes from talking about stereotypes and say this is a trope. It literally tells you, it says it exact. I just don't get it. Like, it literally tells you. My thing about it is, and I guess this is what people want us to say. If you do this, then if you do A, then B, C, D, and E, and F will happen. And you know, I guess that's enough. Like the world works in chemistry. If you add two chemicals together, this is the reaction you'll get.
Right.
I guess that's what everybody thinks the world going to work like. But what we're talking about is the influence that develops from it. I promise you, I posted a source from, I think it was 4 women scholars. And in the source, the very abstract talks about the show for the black shows over 20 years. And it ends with exactly what I said. The exact same thing I'm telling y'all that is a problem is exactly how the abstract ended. That is experts. And I did read the comment that was pinned. And there's three articles that talk about this show and refer to it as minstrel. One is in Verity magazine. That's written by Opinion Op-Ed. Another one is actually written by a person who's part of the Health and Wellness Fellowship at the University of California. He is a sociologist. He just happens to write about social programs in it, in his thing, and he refers to it as that. And then there's one in, I think it's the Philadelphia Inquirer, where they're talking about it, and they go ask a professor in history, and he quotes something that he said in 2015 in reference to this show, and that there would be an increase in minstrel shows being shown again because of just how the nature of how systemic racism works. So yes, there are experts who said it, and yes, there are opinion pieces that said it. That's just three of the sources that say it. So that answers his question. You don't have to feel the way I feel about it, but everyone knows my history and knows that I study Black history very, very strongly. Like I'm big into the history of Black people, their political moments, movements, and their experiences in America. And I can assure you that anyone who has done that study, even if not as intensely as I have, will see that this is a serious problem. And that's my only point. You don't have to agree with me. You can say, well, um, I think this is a bigger problem, but I can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. So I'm not
Um,
limited to that.
okay. So we are wrapping it up. I'm gonna give everybody the chance to say something. I just want to say this little piece too. Now this is a show I actually watched. Parks and Recreation. One of the funniest shows I can remember. It was one of my favorite shows. And I never knew this though. I don't know if anybody else watched this, but it says one of my favorite shows of all time is Parks and Recreation. The show is absolutely genius in too many different ways. But the thing that always bothered me about the show is its Jewish representation. The only Jewish characters in the entire run of the show are the Saperstein family. The Sapersteins are just like any other stereotypical Jew. The father is a rich doctor who scams people out of their money, while his children are loud and obnoxious in every scene they're in. Dr. Saperstein's son, Gene Ralphio, is a slacker, which may have strayed away from the nerdy Jewish stereotype if not for his incredibly annoying behavior. Moreover, his daughter, Mona Lisa, is stereotypically obsessed with money, always asking the other characters for cash with her catchphrase, "Money, please." And that's what I mean by power. That's not even like I watched the show and I'm particularly sensitive to that kind of stuff. And I never caught that. I watched every episode that they ever made. I never caught that was like a stereotype um towards them. But that's what I mean by power. The fact that that's even small things, and that's where I would hope that we can get to where even small stuff, if we don't like it and it's not a positive portrayal, um, then we can get to that. All right, I'm gonna let everybody say closing thoughts. I am actually gonna do the deadliest catch trip over the next 3 days. So now I'm actually going on to the boat. I will not have access. I will definitely be back in contact with y'all on Monday. I just wanted to get this show out of the way and then disappear for good. Hopefully, I live through all of this. And the conscious unity, whatever, Cuban, whatever. So Adrian and Cuban, y'all wild too. I'm gonna let everybody, not let nobody do nothing. Everybody say their piece, and then we're gonna go. I'm gonna start with Sosa. Say what you got to say, G. Any closing thoughts?
No, man, I said all I gotta say for the day, man. Shit, peace, everybody. Man. Have a good one.
Yes, sir. And I saw them 76ers. I got some bread off of that one, just to let you know. Saw them 76ers last night. I'm glad Jimmy Butler got hurt because that little 2-point win helped me out. Logic, you got anything?
Who's that?
Closing thoughts, Logic.
Yeah, I mean, again, I get what he's saying. I get where he's coming from. No, I don't
Why you
agree.
going at Marcus? Just go with your thought. Whatever your
I mean,
thought
I was having a conversation with Marcus. You know what I'm saying? We've heard everybody else's opinion, right? So,
Okay,
I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna harp on it. We both can have different views, different opinions, and I think that's okay. I think calling it a minstrel show, in my opinion, that might be kind of if it's not overdoing it. I feel like you'd have to include a lot of other things that may not be so obvious that they are a minstrel show or minstrel show like. So that's just kind of where I'm at with it. Me personally, I don't find it offensive at all. I think it's just entertainment, man. But yeah, my final thoughts.
Marcus. That was timed crazy, whatever that sound was. Man, that was
Okay.
timed crazy.
Yeah. So I think I'm gonna have to do a series on our channel, on the Pseudo Killer channel, on what at least a more intense understanding of Black American history, and look at it in from some developments. I've seen some comments, and I heard somebody say that minstrel shows are only um, theater. It started as theater, but as technology advanced, so does um, everything else. And so there's a book written called Modern Day Minstrels, and um, that expert, as well as Santa Clara University, has a whole page dedicated to the advent of how modern day minstrels uh, came out today. So, we can look at that and you don't have to agree with it, but you can't make certain assertions without having evidence. Your feelings aren't as important to me as what the experts say. Um, and that's just how I am. But we don't have to agree. We're cool with it. I think we have to be cautious on making assumptions about how black people respond to things that are offensive to them, because everyone should have a right to um, stand on their own 2 feet, and everyone should have a right to be able to express their feelings towards things that have been known to cause harm to Black America. As a whole, um, I think that when we talk about these things, we're able to show at least the impact of racist ideologies and how those very same things have become so ingrained in American society that it's hard to see the line. Um, I don't want to imitate the Jewish people. I think their program works well, but I don't know if it'll work equally well for us. They have a different position. They have a different history. While there may be some correlation, so that's my plan. My plan is to um, deal with that. An example of what I'm going to be talking about is the King of Tars um, poem that was written in the 1300s, where they start to get these ideas of blackness, and you hear it well written in modern Middle English at the time, in which a Saxon king uh, who was black and dark skinned and ugly and so forth and so on in the poem uh, turned to Jesus and became a Christian and magically became white, pure, and became a champion for the white race. It is those things that have permeated from those stories to uh, today's reality for Black America. And I think that's important to point out. That's all I want to say.
Hicks.
Uh, thanks to the chat, everyone who stopped doing the chat, everyone who came on the panel. Definitely appreciate you. We appreciate your opinion, your thoughts, the time you took out to hang out with us for this, brief period of time. Definitely come back. Not only like, share, and subscribe, but hit the notification bell. We're going to be talking about all kind of different topics. And I think it's going to be interesting going forward. And because of certain perspectives I heard today, we should always consider our ancestors and what they went through, just for us to be able to have this conversation that we having today in the public and say what we want to a certain degree. So that should give us purpose throughout our days, help us move with intent. And our platform hopefully encourages people to utilize critical thinking and I'm just going to read that definition super quick. Critical thinking is the process of using reasons to evaluate statements, assumptions, and arguments. It involves analyzing available facts, evidence, observations, and arguments to form a judgment. So whatever judgment we individually come up with or as a group, hopefully that's through the critical thinking process. Not that it's easy, but it's definitely necessary. All right, and we'll see you on the next one.
DQ, baby.
Yeah. Hey, want to appreciate everybody for coming through, everybody for spending their time, dropping their information, dropping their viewpoint and perspective. We're going to keep it going, man. We're going to keep doing what we got to do. Try media innovations all day. I guess everybody leaving with a quote. Let me leave with a quote. Be who you are and say what you feel, because those who mind don't matter and those who matter don't mind.
Man, I'm out on that one.
Pass it back to you, Brad.
Hey, I'm out on that one. I'm out on that one. Hey, I'll catch up with y'all on Monday. I'm gonna play this promo to leave out. Y'all have a great weekend. Lakers in 6. That's where I'm going.
Let's talk money.
All right, man. Be safe, yo.
Let's talk money. Let's talk money. Let's talk money. Let's talk money.
Hey,
Let's talk money.
yeah,
Let's talk money. Let's talk money.
yeah,
Let's
check.
talk money. Let's
Look.
talk money.
Paper chasing, racing to $1 million. Why you out here faking for 1 million followers? Hit the liquor store, baby, refill the bottle. So we're getting dope from a Brazilian model. That's me. Can't copy my steps, baby. I'm hard to follow. Lost City of Gold, Dallas, Eldorado. 4 or 5 packs, we gon' mix and match it. Vacuum to the one, then we send the package. Alright, incentivize. How my inner thoughts turn to an enterprise. Easy to enter her inner thighs. Boy, she hypnotized. Sadly mistaken, I've been a vibe. Plus I'm monetized. 50 to 20, 10 to the 5s. Yeah, I needed 9. Gunning folk. Type of shit that ain't never been done before. Yeah, my niggas humble, but we ain't busted your bubble though. If the conversation is paper, then pimpin', let me know. Got 2 P's left and they getting dressed and about to go.
Let's talk money. Let's talk money. Let's talk money. Let's talk money. Let's talk money.
Yeah,
Let's talk money.
Q is a deal.
Let's talk money.
Run the game. Gold medal game.
Let's talk money.
Olympic shit.
Let's talk money. Let's talk money.
Stacking guap, I'm running your weed man house. Jackpot, understand everything I'm saying, go like Kakarot. The young nigga done ran the streets and ran the game, now ran his mouth. Ask him who the king like Arthur, they gon' say Camelot. And I don't need no other body, get the product, make a profit. Get that cash cams, a cash cow, that's what they utter about me. Feel like Black Sam, how I got hustle, keep my brothers by me. Yes ma'am, the only thing I'll tell my mommy. 2 clap like Bravo, shades black as Johnny. Cage on the quest to get paid, you can ask about me. Stuck in artist ways, draw the pistol to erase somebody. Cops that had to trace your body. Money moolah mozzarella, only way to make it out you. If you want it, come get it. It's 2-0, but I let you get the cutie for $750, cause you my bro. 28 and you can get a whole P, and that's for the low. Spend your money, hit the dough, and don't call till you need some more on the real.
Let's talk money. 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 Let's talk money.